Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So in today's video, we are going to see the complete data analyst portfolio project. And in this particular project, we are going to make use of four data analysis tools. The first is Power BI, Tableau Desktop, SQL, and Excel. And in all these four tools, we are going to see how to design and develop from start to end. And this video will be mostly for beginners or some intermediate or some experienced personnel can also watch this video and build their portfolio and use that into their resumes. All right, so we are going to cover all these four tools in one video. So this will be going to be a long video, but I am sure that you will be learning some different skills and different softwares in one particular this project. All right, so let's move ahead and see let's see what we are going to build in this. So first you can see we are going to build our Power BI project, and the project, you can see the name of the project is HR Analytics, and the data is already available in the description box. You can go ahead and download from there. So in this particular dashboard, you can see there are different elements available, different KPIs, different charts are available. And we are this actually this particular dashboard is completely interactive. It is completely dynamic, which will be operated by using some slicers. Also, there are some interactive and action filters as well. So this is what we can see an end product which are going to be designed in Power BI. The next one which we'll be designing in Tableau Desktop is in front of your screen. We will be designing this dashboard in Tableau Desktop from start to end. Again, this dashboard is also interactive and dynamic, which will be operated by some filters and some action filters so that we can deep dive in the data and see different insights for our HR analytics. All right. And next we will be seeing this in SQL, and where we will be firing some SQL queries to solve our business problems. So we will see the problem statement in further. So we will also compare some results, or we will be comparing the SQL results with Power BI, Tableau, and Excel dashboards, which we will be building. And right now in this particular project for SQL, I'm using PostgreSQL database. You can use any database whichever you want. You can import the data in that, and you can fire those SQL queries. The same SQL queries which I am using in in PostgreSQL, you can use the same SQL queries in any of the database. Those are universal queries, and they will give you the same output. Just that whatever I am using to import some queries which I'm using to import in a PostgreSQL for my video, it will be different if you are using some another databases like MS SQL Server or MySQL or any other, whichever you are using. All right, so in this particular SQL we are going to fire some SQL queries. So this will be also a complete project for you with whatever problem statement we have. So moving ahead, we will be designing the same in Excel as well. So this will be the end product, that is an HR analytics dashboard. So this dashboard is, again, this will be also completely dynamic. You can see at the bottom right corner there are some slicers used like educational field and department. By using those, you can filter out this dashboard. And there are some gender slicers as well, like with respect to male and female, you can filter out the dashboard. And this complete wonderful dashboard we will be seeing start to end build in Excel as well. So let's move ahead with our problem statement, which is provided by us by our user or by our client. So we will go one by one with all the requirements which we have. So the first requirement which we have is the KPIs requirement. KPI is nothing but is a key performance indicator which gives an overall idea of our business, right? And so we come to know that at higher level how our business is performing. So in this case, HR department will come to know that what are the number of employees, and at higher level how the how the organization is performing in terms of HRs, right? Or we can say in terms of HR perspective. So the first is the KPIs requirement, and so the department is responsible for monitoring and managing various aspects of employee. All right, so there will be a healthy workforce for whichever is working right now in their organization. So to analyze different employee aspects and other things, they want some HR metrics to be for us to analyze. And in that, first one is the total employee count which is there in their HR department, right? Or in their total company, we can say, not only HR department, all the departments. And second one is the attrition count. Attrition is nothing but how many people are leaving the organization. All right, then next is the attrition rate. Rate is nothing but how many percentage of people is living every year. And with respect to that, if the number is higher, they can take some preventive measures like so that they can retain those particular peoples, right? And bring up some ideas for their employee satisfaction and employee engagement. The next one is the employee active employees, which are they are working in the what we can say HR department or in the organization. So it is, to differentiate between active and inactive employees. So active employees are nothing but who are right now currently working and they are, delivering to their organization. Next is the average age. So this gives an, overall idea of what age of people are working in that particular industry. So, they have and track on whether they should hire an younger talent or they should be, focusing on the current employees or, bringing up some skills and development for them. So moving ahead to our second requirement is the charts requirement. So charts is nothing but what we do, we deep dive in our data. So KPIs gives us the overall idea of, analytics in that particular organization. But charts, what we do, we take deep dive in the data. We find out more insights by digging up the data. And if you want any particular aspect, with, let's say with respect to department or with respect to gender, if you want to find out some data, then we have to design particular charts which will be focusing on any particular aspect of that particular company. So first, which we want to do, or the first problem statement which we have is to find out the attrition by gender. Second one is department-wise attrition. So this is nothing but we will be with respect to each department, how many people are leaving their company, so that it will be helpful for HR department to identify department which are having higher attrition rates and they can address any underlying issues or any concerns effectively. Then next is the number of employees by age group. So how many employees are working with respect to different age groups in their companies. So they can identify any gaps or imbalances and implement different policies with respect to different age, right? And then we have job satisfaction ratings. So this is the main issue because in many of the industries, the employees are not satisfied with their jobs. So they will take some surveys with respect to, job satisfactions. So that, and with respect to that surveys and that data, we will be responsible to analyze so that, we will bring an measure for employee engagement and overall job satisfaction so that, they can retain their employees. So these were the four, and there are some more problem statement which are there with us. So they want us to design the education field wise attrition, right? So so they want us a visual representation to analyze attrition rates based on education department or education fields, right? So with respect to the employees educational background, they want us to analyze which people are leaving the company more, right? So that they can, they can bring some the skills or some employee engagement programs or some mentoring to them so that there will be some retention strategies designed accordingly. Then we have attrition rate by gender for different age groups. We have this particular problem statement as well. So with respect to gender and with respect to different age groups, how many people are living? So this is again we are going at higher granularity, so that or lower granularity we can say deep dive in the data to determine what are the attrition trends with respect to age and gender. So these were the problem statement which are provided by our client and user, and with respect to this, what we have to do is we have to provide them a solution. And we are providing them the solution by using four data analysis software, which I already told you, that is Power BI, Tableau, Excel, and SQL. So whenever you are starting this, you can either, if you want to focus on Tableau, you can focus on Tableau. You can go ahead and watch that particular section of this video. And if you want to see it in Power BI, you can always see that. But I request you, or I what my suggestion will be, do this in all tools because these are at beginners levels or at intermediate level, which will help you to have an idea of how to use these particular tools, right? As at least an basic idea of any of the tool which you have not worked, like you are working in Power BI, you are learning Power BI but you have not worked in Tableau, but it will give you some idea what is the interface of Tableau. right? So I have whatever the video contains, it is the step by step, every from basic to advanced, everything is explained in this particular video. So moving ahead without wasting much time, we will start designing our this particular dashboard or our project with respect to the problem statements which we have in Power BI software. So in our today's video, we will see the complete development from scratch to this beautiful piece in Power BI. So here you can see I have designed several elements. The first you can see at the top there is KPIs here, like 5 to 6 KPIs are there. Then we have some charts like we have here the pie chart. Then we have the frequency chart which is converted after that into the stack bar chart. Then we have this matrix chart, we call it as a heat map also. Then we have this bar chart, and then we have this multiple donut chart. So we will see the design of each and everything in this particular video. So now going ahead, you can see this dashboard is completely dynamic. So above you can see I have added one slicer, or also we call it as a filter in the form of buttons. So when I click on any of these particular educations, you can see the dashboard is changing with respect to that. When I'm clicking on bachelor's degree, on high schools, or on the master's degree, the values will change with respect to that filter, and it will show us the that regarding values, right? So as well as whenever I'm clicking on any of the slice of this pie chart, the values are interactive, and they will give filter out with respect to that as well. Similarly for this also we are getting the same. Similarly, when I am clicking on this particular bar chart, we will see the values will be filtered out with respect to that here as well, on technical, on medical, likewise. So we will see the design of this complete dashboard in Power BI in this video. Also, I have made multiple dashboards in some another tools also, like another visualization tools like Tableau, Excel. So the links of those particular dashboard I will mention in the description box of this video. So you can go ahead and explore that as well. And if you're interested to see this particular dashboard design, same dashboard design, if you want to or you are interested to design it in Tableau or in Excel, and if you want me to design, you can add your views in the comments, and I will definitely go ahead and make a video. All right. So now, before wasting time, we will start the design of this particular dashboard. And before that, guys, I request you, if you have not already subscribed, if you are new to the channel, please subscribe the channel, like the video, and click on the notification bell so you will receive the notification of these beautiful dashboards whenever I will be making in the future. Okay, so let's start the design of this beautiful dashboard in Power BI. So first I will open a new file, a blank file for Power BI. So whenever you will be opening this file, you will get this UI. So before starting, what we will have to do, we will have to connect to our data. So the data which we are using here is almost having 1500 rows are there, and several columns are there. So what I will do, I will show you the data first. So this is the file in which our data is there. This data I will this file I will be attaching in the description box. The link of this file I will be attaching in the description box, and you will be able to download from there for your practice purpose. All right, so you can see there are almost 1500 rows are there for this particular dashboard which we are going to design, and there are a number of columns are there, where you can see there are number of columns are there. So out of this, I have hardly used 40 to 50% of columns in our design, and I request you to all you can explore more and more in this particular data, and you can design your own dashboard instead of copying mine. So you can copy mine for practice purpose, but I request you to explore more and prepare a great visualization out of that. And so that will also explore for you. It will be helpful for you as well in terms of practice purpose. All right, or in hands-on purpose. So first thing first, always remember, guys, the thumb rule in in data analytics is you should always study the data first. All right. So once you study the data and once you have understood the data, the 60 to 70% of your work is already done, right? So first study the data, see at what level the granularity of the data is there. So how the data is flowing from top to bottom. So how the interlinking of one column to another column is there. So once you have understood that, it will be very much easy for you to design or to bring up the visualization, right? So if you don't know the data, it will be very hard for you to design anything, right? Or to visualize anything in your any tool, let it be Power BI or Tableau.
So always remember, study of data is very much important. Then and then go for the designing. So I request you all to go thoroughly through this file, see what columns are there, what information we are getting from here, and then start your visualization. So I have already gone through the data. So I will start the design. So I will go in our Power BI file. So as this is an Excel connector, so we can click either here or we can go in get data and click on Excel workbook. All right. So we have our HR data and we will open it. So it says that the file is already in use. So if the file is open in background, you will have to close it first and then you will have to connect it. So I will go ahead and connect again. HR data open. All right. So it will take some time to load depending upon your system RAM and configuration. So once it is loaded, you can see there are different sheets available in this particular file. So I will be using this sheet. All right. And it will give you the snapshot of this particular data here. So how the data will be looking like, what columns are there. And when you click on load, so all the data will be loaded in this particular file. So it will take again some time to load the data depending upon your size of data, right? As well as your configuration. So it will take some time, few seconds to load. All right. So all the data has been added. So now what we will do, we are right now on report page. I will go ahead and shift myself to data page. All right. So the data page is nothing but all the data, whatever you are having will be shown here. You can see what are the counts of the data, that is 1471. All right. So now you can see guys here the headers which are available in our Excel data was something else, and here the header we are looking like something else. So headers are given as column 1, column 2, column 3. So what Power BI has done is it, or somehow Power BI have considered our header as well as headers as a rows, right? It has considered as our headers as a raw data, and it have not considered it as headers, right? So if we are seeing here like columns, column 1, column 2, column 3, up to what 41 columns are there. So now we have to change this. We cannot design our dashboard with this data error. So what we have to do, we will go again back to the report page. Then we will click on transform data. Okay. So whenever you will be clicking on this transform data, it will take us to the Power Query editor. All right. So we are in the Power Query editor. So it is attached directly to Power BI. So in Power Query editor, what we do, we can write some M queries as well. We can add columns with on based on some condition, based on some formulas. All right, we can transform our data, and many more things are there to explore here, right? So you can see here our first row is actually, it is considered by Power BI as a raw data, right? But it should be what, it should be considered as an headers, right? So whenever you are in home tab, there is one option available like use first row as header, right? So whenever I'm clicking on use first row as header, so it is automatically taking what, our first row it is considering as header, and now our data is perfectly fine to make our dashboard. All right, so this is the thing what we have to do first, and here we can see there are applied steps here, right? So up to here everything is okay. Then you can see I have promoted the headers, means what steps we are doing in whatever in Power Query. Those steps will be visible in this particular window, that is applied steps. Whenever you have to delete, you can delete it from here. If you have to change, you have to change it from here. Any formulas, whatever steps you are doing, everything will be listed here, and you can see the what hierarchy is there of what steps we have applied in this particular data. All right. So this is also important thing, like whenever you are working on large data and you have made so many of changes in your data, so many of transformations, and you have to go back and change some of them, so you will find it here. All right. So now next is what, you will again have to go to the home tab, and here one option is that is close and apply. All right. So close and apply means what, whenever we are clicking on this, we will go back again to our Power BI, and whatever changes we have applied in Power Query, those will be applied in our Power BI software. All right. So now we will go back again in our data tab, and you can see now our headers are perfectly fine, right? So our Power BI have taken correct headers with the help of Power Query. So now we will start our design. All right. So whatever page which you are seeing here, I will not change anything. If you want, you can go in view page and you can change the layout of whatever the page you are seeing here. All right. So let me show you. Whenever I'm clicking here, I will hide this all the tabs. So whatever the dotted lines you are seeing here, right? So this dotted lines is called as So the area between your dotted lines is called as canvas, right? So canvas is nothing but all your dashboard will be designed and visualized in this particular canvas only. And the outside, whatever space outside the dotted area, so that and inside the dotted area will be considered as a background. So this total space from end to end will be considered as a background. So this is some important point to know. All right. So now we will start our design, and in first design we will be doing it for KPIs. Okay. So for KPIs, what I will do. So we have here number of what we can say the charts and graphs are available here. So these are some common charts which Power BI provide you with the software. You can also go here and click and get more visuals which are the certified visuals of Microsoft, or some another visuals which are not certified are also available for you to use. All right. So now what we will do, first we will go on card. Okay, I will click on card, and you can see our card has been seen in the visualization, and one tab has been activated, that is build visual. And this is the what we can say the field tab, whatever we will be taking this, what you can say, the dimensions or the measures, and we will be dragging it over here. So you can see whatever the uh, fields in front of them, wherever we are seeing the summation symbol, those are considered as a measure by default by Power BI, and a default aggregation has been applied for it. All right. As well as whenever we are not seeing any symbol, those are considered as a dimensions. That is, those are a categorical field, and those are treated as a dimension in Power BI. All right. So this by default we are getting this distinguish in Power BI. Power BI is smart enough to identify what are measures and what are dimensions. All right. So now we will start design our first KPI, that is overall employees. All right. So for this, what we will do, we will take the employee count. Okay. I will take this field and I will put it into the fields in build visual. So you can see we will be getting the employee count here. So I will just reduce the size of this and I will place it over here. All right. So what I have to do, first what I will do, I will add a background image right now only. So what we are going to do in Power BI is we will be designing all the charts in this particular canvas only. Okay. We will be not going on new page and design one chart here, copy this and go back to our dashboard, right? So that should be done in Power BI, sorry, in Tableau, because in Tableau what we have to do, we have to design each sheet and then we have to prepare the dashboard. So in Power BI gives us liberty or flexibility to design everything in one page itself. All right. So we will be following the same way. I will design everything in this page only. So what we have to do first, whatever background which I have used here, right, in this particular dashboard, I will first apply the background here. All right. So to apply the black background, you have to first click on blank page. Okay. So blank space should be selected, and then you have your option, that is format your report page. Okay. In format, you have to apply the image on canvas, right? We have to apply the on canvas. We don't want to apply it as a wallpaper. So we will go on canvas, and from here I will choose an image here, and I have this gradient background, that is gradient purple background. So if you want to download this on Google, you can go ahead and search just like a gradient wall background wallpaper, and you can download it from Google. All right, I will open it, but you can see it is not visible here. Why? Because the transparency is 100%. So whatever I will do, I will make it as 8%. Okay, for me I've taken it as 8%. As per your choice, whatever design you have to make, you can make it. All right. So I will put it as 8%, and instead of normal fit, I will do it as fit. That is, it will be perfectly fit it in my canvas. All right. So this is something important. First, I have already added the background, and then I will start designing of this. I will format this. See, one KPI is, if one KPI is designed, the other KPIs are very much easy. We will be just copying this card, and then we will design the other KPI. So we will go in this particular format your visual. See, always remember you have to first select your visual, then these tabs are activated. So I will go in format your visual. I don't want our the title at below or label, so I will just off this. Okay, and I will go in general. I will go in title and I will on this, and I will add my title as overall employees. Right. So I will just make the horizontal alignment as center, and I will change the font to the Sagio UI semi bold. Okay. So this is the font which I will be using. Then I will go in the properties and I will change the height to, I will be using height as 110 and width as 240. All right, so this will be my width and height, and this is my properties. Then I will go in effects tab and I will change the background of this particular card. So from here I will change the background to, I will use more colors, and here I will be using this color code for my background of this particular card. So I will just copy this, Control C. I will go in colors, more colors, and I will just paste it over here. Enter. All right. So you can use the same color code depending upon you, or you can use some another color as well. So this is my color code which I will be using, and I will add the transparency as 75%. All right. So you can see, I will do some more changes here. I will go ahead in general, and I will go to visual in call out value. What I will do, I will change the background color to white. Okay. And in general, I will change the title as well, the background color of title, that is text color, to light white. Okay, some gray, light gray. All right. So now next thing is go to general, and we will give border to this particular card. So we have visual border here. I will on this, and I will use the same color which I have used for background, and I will use the rounded corner radius as 15. All right. So you can see this our first KPI has been designed, guys. All right. So now what we will do, we will just copy this, Control C, Control V, and I will keep it over here. All right. So what we will be doing, we will be using same KPI, whatever the design, whatever background color, everything which we have applied here, we will be just copying it and placing it over here. All right. So that we will be not wasting our time in designing everything again and again. All right. So now this is our second, and now we will go ahead and change the title for this. So next is our attrition. So guys, attrition is nothing but whenever company, let's say company have 1000 of employees. So if employee of that company is leaving that company, so that is nothing but attrition. Means there is one attrition, so like he has left the company. All right. So we have to find whether the attrition, like how many overall out of overall companies, how many of them have left the company till date. All right. So this is attrition. Now what we have to do, we cannot use the same count of employee here, so we have to use the attrition here. So one, I will just do Control Z. All right. So now to show here the attrition, what we have to do, we have to use a formula over here, and we have to add a custom column. So what we will do, we will go ahead in Home tab, and again we will go back to transform data. All right. So we are again in Power Query Editor. So you can see there is one column, that is first column itself we have attrition. If it is yes, means what, that employee has left the company. If it is no, means he is still working. He is still working in that company. All right, as an employee. So we have to find how many count of yes is there. So for that, what we will do, we will add a column over here. So we will go in add column, and we will add as a conditional column over here. Okay, so there are different types of column which we can add, that is custom column or conditional column. Right. So now in this what we have conditional column, we have by default if statement. So if I will name it as attrition count. So this column will be used as attrition count, and if the attrition it is equal to S. Okay, if this is yes, then I want output as 1, right? So wherever there will be yes, the output will be given as 1, and whenever there is no, if it is no, else I will put it as 0. Okay, and I will click on OK. So you can see I have got a new column over here in our particular data set, is that is attrition count by using conditional column statement. All right. So now we will go again to home and click on close and apply. Okay. So whenever we will click on close and apply, it will take some time, and it will show that particular column in our Power BI data. You can see it here. All right. So now what we will do, we will change the data type of this column. So it is text right now. So we will change it to whole number. All right. Yes. Okay, so now this data type of this particular column has been changed. Initially it was a text. So if we are taking summation of text, it will not give us the correct result. So we will have to convert it into whole number. Now we will go again back to our report, and now you can see a new column has been added over here, that is attrition count. Right? So this is nothing but attrition count. So we will take this and we will put it over. First we will select our visual, that is, and we will put it over here, right? So you can see it has replaced the overall employee, and we are seeing the attrition count, right? So very much easy, guys. Now we will see our third KPI, control C, control V, and we will place it over here. All right. So now our next is what? We will change the title of this in general, and here we will change it as attrition rate. All right. So now attrition rate is nothing but, guys, so like out of 1472, 37 employees has been left the company. So what is rate of attrition? Means at what rate the companies have or the employees have left that company. Like it is nothing but the sum of two, like sum of attrition divided by sum of employees. Like 237 divided by 1470 is nothing but our attrition rate. So now how to do that? Okay. So now we will have to add a measure over here, right? So there are two types, like either we can add a calculated column or we can add a measure. So whenever we are working on aggregations, we will have to always add a measure, right? So for this measure, we will be using a DAX query or the DAX language over here. So what we will do, we will right click on HR data and we will click on new measure. Okay. So you can see we have a name. Instead of measure, I will be giving the name as attrition rate. Okay, so this is our attrition rate and we will have to write a formula over here. So I will take it as sum of attrition count. Okay, it is nothing but the sum of attrition count. I will close the parenthesis divided by sum of employee count, and I will close this. Alright, so this is what sum of attrition divided by sum of employee count. So I will just click on this, and you can see our new column has been created here, and whatever you can see a calculator symbol is there in front of this particular measure. So it indicates that this is a measure which is calculated in Power BI using a text language. Okay, so now we'll close this, and now what we will do, we will put it into this, right? So it is giving us as 0.16. So we will have to convert this into a, what we can say, a percentage value. So I will select this column first. Okay, we will have to select this column. I will just close this, and from here you can say a general we are seeing here. So we will click on percentage. Okay, so we are getting here a percentage value, and by if you want like how much decimal points you want to show, you can show it from here. So I will show it with 2 decimal points. So this is our attrition rate, guys. We have designed our third KPI. Then we will go for our fourth one. All right, so we will design our fourth KPI. That is nothing but we will change the title of this first, and fourth is what? Active employees. All right, so our active employees is nothing but overall employees minus the attrition, means the employees which has left the company. So again, for this we will have to write down a measure in the form of DAX language. So for that, again, we will have to right click here, and I will choose a new measure here, and I will name it as active employees. And for this, again, we will do sum of employee count, sum of employee count minus sum of attrition, right? Sum of attrition count. Close this. Okay. So you can see new column has been created, new measure has been created. So I will just take it and place it over here. All right. So this is our what? Active employees. So we have designed our fourth, and we will be designing our last KPI. All right. So our last KPI is nothing but what we will have to take the average age. So out of all the employees which are at different age, so what is the average age employees which are working in our company? So I will change this general title, and I will change here as average age. All right. So for this, what we will be doing is we already have age column here. Okay. I will just take it and put it over here. So we already have this. So, but we can see we are getting a sum over here, right? But we want average of this. So what we can do in fields, we have a small drop down over here, and instead of sum, I will click on average, right? So it is giving me a fraction value. So I want to change it to a whole number. So what I will do, I will go in this particular format visual in callout values. Okay, and I have a decimal points here as 0. I will put it as 0, right? So I will be getting as a perfect age, and this KPI string has been designed, guys. Okay, the strip of KPI has been designed. So our we can say 30% of work is already completed. The next one is to design the charts. So next we will start the design of a pie chart. All right. So for pie chart in our build visual, we have a pie chart over here. Whenever click on this, it will bring us the pie chart over here. All right. So now in pie chart, what we will need one legend and one values. Okay. So the legend which what we are using here is a department field. So I will take this and put it into the legend, and I will be showing as the attrition count on this. So I will take the attrition count and I will put it into the values. Okay. So we are getting this pie chart over here. So I will quickly build this, and I will go in first in general, and I will change the property of this first. I will specify the height as to 60, and I will use the width as let's say 385. All right. And now we will quickly add the backgrounds for this. So I will just go ahead in this particular, and in general I will change the title first. I will be using the title as department wise attrition. Okay, we will be using it as department wise attrition spreading. All right, department wise attrition, and I will make it as center. Next is we will add a background over here. So the background is the last color which we have used is, so let me check it, this one. So we will be using this color, and I will be using the background as transparency as 75%. Again we will add the visual as well, the background border for this same color, and with round corners of 15 radius, right? So now we can see our this chart has been designed. Just we will have to what we can say, build our format our visual more. So I will go again in general, I will change the title and I will change its color as the off gray. All right. So this I will be, and I will add a background color as well. So I will go in more color, and I will be using the color code over here as 8C8C28A0. Okay, enter. So you can use the same code, or if you want to use something different, you can use it over here. Okay, so this is my what, a background of this particular, that is title. All right. So now we will change the font color of the legends as well. All right. So we will go into visual, we will go into the details, and in values we have here, and we will change the color to white. All right. Then for legends as well, I will change the text color to I will use it as yellow. Okay, this is fine. Right. And I will change the font to UI semi bold. All right. So this looks good. Let's decrease this. Not required. This is good. All right. So now our pie chart looks good. All right. So you can see with the department wise, you can see over here that out of, we can see in the tooltip, like in sales department, 92 people have left the company. That is out of total, it is like 38.82%. As well as when we see for HR department, 12 people has been left, and that is 5% of the total attrition, like 5% of total 237. And the large number of people are left from R&D department. All right. So this is something worrying about the R&D department. Like 133 people have been left. That is more than 50%. Right. So this is something, a good insight for our HR department, like from which department the employees are leaving most. Right. So now next is what I will just take this a little up. All right. By using arrow keys, you can change the position of your what we can say, the charts which you are using here. All right. So next we will design our frequency chart, which will be converted later into stack bar chart, which where we will see the number of employees in that particular age group with respect to our gender, whether they are male or whether they are female. All right. So for that, what we will do, we will take first a column chart over here. So I will put a column chart and I will put it over here properly first. All right. Then next, what we have to do, we have to put the field in x-axis, y-axis, and whatever other things we require. All right. So first, I will take the age band. I will put the age band on x-axis. So we already have a field that is CF age band. I will put it on x-axis. Then I want to see how many number of employees are there in that particular age band. So I will take the age band. And I will take the employee count and I will put it on y-axis. So you can see with respect to the age band, like from 25 to 34, we have this many number of employees, like 5554. Or like, sorry, 554 employees are there in that particular age band. All right. So now what I have to do, I want to see the break of this particular count of employee with respect to gender. So I will take the gender. We have a field gender over here, and I will put it into the legends. All right. So you can see it has been broken out with respect to that particular gender. All right. So now what we will do, we will go ahead and change the title first. I will go ahead and in general, I will go ahead and change the title of this first. And I will name the title as number of employee by age group. All right. So this is our title. Then employees. All right. So number of employee by age group. So we will quickly do the formatting. I will change the background color quickly. You know these steps, all the things. I will change the background color to this and I will change the effect and I will change the background of this. I will increase the transparency to 75. I will change the visual border as well and I will make it as 15%. Similarly, I will change the data labels as well for this. So I will click on the data label so I can see what values it is showing. So it is already taking in white color, so that is good for us. Then I don't want the y-axis because we are already showing the data labels over here. So I will off the y-axis. I don't want the grid lines as well. So the grid lines has been also gone automatically when we are offing like we are deactivating the y-axis. Then I will go on x-axis. I want to change the font color of this. So I will go ahead and change the font of these values as and I will make it as of 3. All right. And I will change the title to yellow. Okay. And I will change the font to Sergio semi bold. Similarly for this as well. All right. And for this on y-axis, I will deactivate the title. All right. Then for legends as well, we want to change the font color. So I will on data labels, on legends. Okay. On text, I will change the font color. First, I will change it to bold, semi-bold, and I will use it at yellow. All right. We want to make the title as white as well in general, in effects. Sorry, in title, I'll make it as all right. So this chart has been designed, but one more thing which is very much important, guys, it is not been sorted as per our requirement. Okay. By default, either we have options of sorting in here. It is already either it is sorted by age band or either it is sorted by employee count. Okay. If you want the manual sorting, right? If you want manual sorting, like I should see the under 45 first, then we should see 25 to 34, then to 35 to 44 likewise. Okay. So here you can see it is already disturbed. So what we have to do in this case is we will have to create a conditional column into our Power Query, or you can create it over here as well. And then we will have to sort that particular field which we are using here with respect to our that particular newly created field. So instead of explaining, I will show you what we are exactly going to do. So for this, what I will go in Home tab and I will again go back to our transform data. So I will go back in our Power Query editor. So with respect to this age band, what I have to do, I want to give the numberings first. Okay. So what I have to do, under 25, I will give it as one number, then 25 to 34 second, 35 to 44 third. Then we have and one more that is 45 to 54 as third and over 55 as 5 number. Okay. So this is my serial of sorting. in my particular chart. So how can I give first numbers, or how can I create a column where I can give the numbers of this age group? So previously we have done this for attrition. Again we will do for here same, that is we will create a conditional column over here. So this, there are so many ways to do this, guys. I will be using the simpler way because most of you will be beginner over here, which will be or who will be using this hands-on practice dashboard. All right, you can create a table and then you can create a, what we can say, a relationship between your tables also. That is also one way. So first now I will mention it as sort age. Okay, you can give anything. So I will take it as CF age band. So if age band is equal to let me check what is under 25. So make sure your there are no spelling mistake over here, right? Whatever the data is there, whatever the spell in data is there, same should be used here. If it is under 25, I want to use it as 1. I will add one more clause, same, the CF age band, if it is equal to 25 space hyphen space 34. Okay. So if it is between 25 to 34, I will give it as number 2, and I will add a clause again the CFH band. The next band will be our 35 to 44. I will give it as third number. I will add one more clause, CFH band, and if it is between 45 to 54, I will give it as 4. Okay, and one more is remaining, that is over 55. So by default I will give it as else 5. All right, I will click on OK. So you can see our new column has been created here. Okay, and by default it is taking the data type as whole number. Okay, if it is not whole number, convert it into whole number. If it is in text, it will not give us the correct result. All right, so now we have already created a column with respect to our age numbers, and now we will go back in home and we will close and apply. Okay, so we have clicked on close and apply. It will take some time to load. Then we will go on our chart and we will select our by which field we have to sort it. So I will select this field first. I will go in sort by and I will choose the newly created field that we have done in Power Query. I will choose it as sortage. Okay. So now I will go in this in sort axis. I will choose it as CF age band. It is selected as employee count. I will choose it at CF age band. All right. So now this has been created. So just we will go ahead. We have got it into reverse order. So we will sort it by ascending. All right. So what we have got our what we can say the age band very correctly. So this is the serial of our age band, and in this serial only we want to view our chart. All right. So like under 25, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, likewise. All right. So this is in serial, which we have sorted by using a new column. All right. So this is our third chart. First is KPI, then we have designed the pie chart, and now we have designed our frequency chart as well. So the remaining dashboard design we will see in the second part because this video has been very much long. So we have not yet added the filters over here. So like by using that filters, how the values are changing. We have also not added the interactive filters properly. So whenever I'm clicking here, so those are changing. The values are changing, but those are not changing correctly, right? So you can see it is only highlighting. The KPIs are changing, but this is only highlighting. So this everything we will see how to sort it out in the next field. So till now we have designed the KPIs, we have designed the pie chart and the frequency chart. And right now we have not added any filters yet because we will be doing it at the last. And here you can see whenever I'm clicking on this pie chart as well, the values of these KPIs are changing perfectly. But if you can see the values of this chart, that is age chart, is not changing properly because it is just highlighting. It is not filtering it out. So that all the things we will do once everything at last, once our all the dashboard is designed. Sometimes it is recommended to do that. Sometimes whenever you're working on big dashboards, large number of dashboard, it is not recommended. You will have to design the chart and you can check, we will have to check it with respect to the filters first, right? So now we will start the design of our next chart, is that is job satisfaction rating, which is a heat map, right? So now for heat map, what I will do, we have a matrix chart over here. I will click on this. I will go ahead and place it over here properly first. All right, so I will just increase the size and size here. Right now, so we have different placeholders to build this visual. So first we have rows, columns, and values. So for this rows, I will take the job rating. Sorry, the job role. I will put it into the rows, and I will put the job satisfaction into the column. So the job satisfaction is nothing but in that particular job role, they have taken a rating survey where in that particular job. So how many employees have given it the best rating. The 4 is the best and 1 is the lowest, and these 2 and 3 are the intermediate. So we will see how many employees have given the lowest and highest ratings. All right. So now what we will do, we will take the sum of employee count and we will put it into the values. All right. So we have got this matrix chart now. So we will quickly start to what we can say formatting of this. So I will change the title of this. I will on it and I will change it as job satisfaction rating. All right. I will put it into the center and I will change it to the font to semi-bold, Sajio UI semi-bold, and I will put the background color as this. All right. And also we will put the effects. We will put the background of this particular chart as this, which we will be using. We will put the transparency as 75% and we will add the visual border as well. Same border with 15 round corners. Okay, radius. All right. So now the basic has been done. Now what we will do, we will change the fonts and font size of this particular roles. All right. So there are different style guides are there. Like if you don't want anything like any borders, we want minimal alternating rows. So there are different are there. I will keep it first on default. If you can choose anything which you want, and I will put it on default and I will change same different things. Okay. So I will put the horizontal grid lines here. I will put it with the dark color and I will keep its width as 2, like the space or the horizontal grid lines whatever we are using. I will also put the vertical grid lines. I will put the color again as dark and I will put it as right. So now I will close the grid line. I will close this style and I will values. I will be using the same as 10 with semi bold. All right. And the background color I will again be using the same which we'll be using for the background color of this, and the alternative background will be also the same. All right. And okay, we will keep it in black only, right? And we will change the column headers as well. The background of column headers will be this, and I will change it to semi bold 11, and I will make it the color of text as light gray. All right. Same we will do for rows. We will change it to semi bold, and the text color will be this, and the background color will be this. All right. So this has been done right now, guys. So what I will do, I will quickly increase this. Okay, so we will do that later. We will change the width of that later. Then next is what we don't want the rows subtotal. So I will just off this. We will be only focusing on the subtotals which are at column level. All right. So in values, we will go and we will change it to bold. Okay. So we will be seeing the totals in bold value and we will change the background to this. Okay. The background is already there. Right. Now what we will do, we will go in cell elements. Okay. And we will be seeing the matrix in the heat map. Okay. So we will just on the background color. Okay. So the color has been given. So the light, what we can say, blue represents the lowest value and diverging it is increasing, then with respect to that the background color will be becoming dark. So we will change some colors. Before I will be using my own colors, so you can use the middle color as well if you want. I will be not using the middle color, so I will for lowest value I will be using the color and I will be using my color code. You can use any color, so I will put it as F4 C3. Okay, so I will be using this color, and on highest value I will be using my own color code. It will be 3D 8207. All right, I will click on OK. So I will be using my this own colors. All right. So now quickly what we will do, we will have to change the font color of this text that is on headings. We'll take it as light gray. All right, I will go in visual again. And what we will do is we will increase the column width. You can do it manually from here. So we want to get rid of this vertical bar line, or we can say scroll bars. I will just increase the size by little bit. All right. Similarly, we will make it as this and this. All right. So our half of the dashboard is already completed. We can see more than 70% is completed. So our next chart is what we will be adding a bar chart over here. All right. So the next chart which we will be designing is for field wise attrition. So for that we will be using a bar chart. So in our build visual, I will select a bar chart, and we will have to put y-axis and x-axis over here. So on y-axis, I will take education field and I will put it on y-axis, and on x-axis, what I have to see the attrition rate. Okay, not the attrition rate, attrition count. So you will be seeing the attrition count over here. So now we'll have to quickly change the format of this. So I will quickly do this. You already know the steps. Change the title as well. Change the text color, make it as center. Now we will change the visual as well. I will change the color of bars first. I will use my own color. So I will be using it as #8. The color code for mail will this. Alright, so this is my color code. Then I will on the data labels as well. So to see the data, if I'm owning the if I'm activating the data label, so I don't want the x-axis, right? All right, I don't want the title as well for x-axis, and for y-axis, I will change this to semi-bold. I will change it to this. Similarly, for title, I will change it to again semi-bold, and I will make it as yellow. All right, and for data labels, I will go ahead and change the color for this as well. Make it white. Okay, so I will just quickly change the position of this. I will just the width I will be taking it as 345, and the height will be 235 is enough. I will make it as 250. All right, this is fine. Okay, so this is what we have designed our bar chart. So our next and last part of our design is designing of a donut chart. So we will be designing each and every donut chart for each and every age group, and with that age group we will see how many percentage of attrition is happening. Okay, so now we will go ahead and start designing. So we will use a donut chart over here. I will just place it over here. Okay, this is fine. I will reduce the size because we are going to place 5 donut charts here, and I will just reduce it from over top up here. Okay, so why I'm doing this is because we will have to add a title over here, which will be a text box, right? So we are not having each and every title for each and every donut chart. So we'll be using one single title that will be a text box. All right. So now I will start design. So for this donut chart, we will be using a legend over here. So for that, we will be using a gender. Values is nothing but we will be seeing the attrition count over here, and we want to distribute, or we want to see for each and every age band. So I will put it into the details. All right. So you can see the donut chart is very much messy over here. So we will quickly change the title of this first. So I will go in general, and I will change the title as under 25. Okay, so this I will be using it for under 25, and I will just place it over center. So I will tell you why we're using this under 25. All right, so I will just hide this first, and I will open the filter panels. Okay, so now what we have to do over here is we'll select the donut chart, and you can see the filter panel is activated. So I want to see it for first under 25. So I will go in the donut chart, and I will see it for only under 25. Sorry, not this, under 25. So we will be only getting the chart for under 25 employee band, and we can see the attrition of that particular age band as well. All right. And now what we don't want the legends over here. All right. So now we can see our the bar chart is quite good. So the rotation, we will change the rotation to 50 degrees, not 50, we will change it to 30. All right, so why I'm changing, because you can see the data labels are perfectly visible, they are not getting merged into the pie chart, or we can say this particular slice. All right, now we will add over the title as well of our this thing. So I will just place the title over here. I will make it a little bit smaller, and I will aligning this here, and I will extend it to end. All right, so we will go into title, and I will on it, and our title it will be attrition. Spelling attrition, always I'm doing it wrong. Attrition rate by gender for different age groups. Okay, so I will make it as 12. I will make it as center. I will use the background color, the dark one, and I will just reduce the size. Okay, and we will change the font color as well. All right, so this is our title. So I will just increase this as well a little bit. So this is fine. Okay. So now what we have to do, we need five donut charts here. So how will you place the five donut charts perfectly over here? So what we will do, we will select this text box. Okay, it is extending from here to at the end of this particular canvas. So I will go in properties, and you can see it is the width is what, 896. So what we will do, we will divide the 896 divided by 5. So it is almost something 179. Okay. So we will keep the width of each and every pie chart as 179. So I will go in general, and I will keep the width as 179. All right. So now what I will do, quickly I will copy all these pie charts in 5. Okay, so I will copy this, and we will make 5 charts quickly. Okay, so this is first, second, then fourth, and last one. Okay. All right. So these are our 5 charts. Now what we will do, first is for under 25. Second, we will quickly change it to it is for 25 to 34. This is for, quickly change the filters. Weight is for 35. Then this is for 45, and this is for over 55. See, this things, if you are using other than pie chart, if any other chart we are using, this is very much easy to do, because we have one option in Power BI, that is small multiples. So whenever we are placing our that edge band into small multiples, it will automatically give us the 5 different charts. But this option is not available in Power BI for donut charts. It can be done for donut charts, but we have to do some extra work in that. Then we can convert it. Some extra calculations are required. But if you are using a bar chart, it can be easily done, right? So for now, for as a beginner, we can use this method as well. Okay. So this is not that much professional, but for as a beginner, you can use it. All right. So now what I can do, I will quickly format this. So I will select all the pie charts. Okay. Instead of doing one by one, select all the pie chart at once, then go into this particular thing, and we can change the first slices color as, I will first change the effect. I will change the background color first, and I will change its transparency to 75. All right. Then we can add the visual border as well, and we can make it as 50. Okay. Then we can change the data label as well, and the value we can choose it as semi bold, and we will make it as white. All right. Similarly, for background title, we will use the text color as yellow, and background we will be using as right. So we, again, we will select all these. So what we will do, we will be not using the border over here. So I will just off the border again. We'll go into generals and I will off this. Okay, we are not going to use borders because it will be looking very much funky over here. It will not match to our visualization layout. All right. Then we will change the colors of our slices. So for female, I will be using my own code. So it is something like hash E68F96. Okay. And for male, I will be using it as custom hash 0991E0. Okay. So this is my male and female colors. All right. So now what we will do, we will quickly change the rotation of these wherever we can see that the values are getting merged or they are not showing properly. We will change the rotation of that those particular we can say pie charts. So I will make it as 50. Okay, not 50. We will make it as 80. Right, this is fine. Or I will try to increase it 90. All right, this is fine. Then for this, I will make it as 70. All right, for this, I will again make it as 50. Okay, this is fine. 90 is not good. Then 90, or we can choose it as 120. All right. So this is fine. So we can see all the legends and all the labels over here, not legends, the data labels. All right. So now we will quickly change. This is for the different age band, that is 25 to 34. So I will change each and every title. So this is for 25. So I've changed the title of each and every donut charts with respect to the age band which we have. You can do the same. The next thing what we have to do is we have to add a card over here indicating an KPI that for that particular age group, what will be the total number of attrition. So we will be following the same procedure as we did for these donut charts. First, we will create first card. We will apply all the formattings, all the filtering, and then we will just copy and paste those, right? So it will reduce our work. So from here, I will take a card, will reduce the size somewhat. And what I will do, I will take the attrition and put it into the fields. And we want to visualize it with respect to the age band. So what we will do, as we done for the donut charts, we will take a age band and I will put it into filter for this visual and I will choose it for under 25. All right. So I will quickly change the formatting for this. I will off the category label. We don't want it. Then we will go in properties. I will change the effects. We will take our background which we have and I will make it as 75%. We will be not using any visual border here. And in visual in callout value, I will reduce it to 20 and it will be Sergio bold. All right. And I will use the color as the same which we use, that is yellow. All right. So I will just reduce this and I will fit it into this. All right. Okay, guys. So now what we will do, I will just copy this Control C, Control V, and I will put it into each visual. So now quickly what we will do, we will change the filter of each and everything. So I will just change this to 25. So I will just increase this size. You can adjust this for the same. This is 35 to 44, as well as this is for 45 to 44, 54, sorry, and this is for above 455. All right. So we have placed the KPIs as well inside this. So now what I will quickly do, I will change the border or the sheet title size of each and every charts immediately. So I will just reduce it, and I will go in this. I will go in general. In title, I will make it as 12. All right, for this same, I will make it as 12. For this, make it as 12. Similarly for this, 12. All right, perfect. So now this looks like something perfectly aligned, and everything is, in one format and one font. All right. So now what next we have to do is we will have to give our name of our dashboard. So I will add a text box from here. We'll place it over here first. Just reduce the size. Right. And then we will go in the title. I will on it and I will type it as HR Analytics Dashboard. All right. Okay. So we will apply quick formattings. I will increase the font. All right. This looks good. We'll bold it. And we can change the background color. Right in the center. We will also change the text color, and I will make it as white. All right. So this is what we have done. And the next thing what we have to do is, or we can change this color to something darker. One second. So I will first find the color of this. So see, if you're not finding the color of that particular thing, you can find it from here. So we have given the color for this particular title. So I will go in title. This was the background color, and I will just click on color. Right. So now you can see it has came here. So I will go again back to my dashboard and I will change the background. All right. So now this looks good. So now next thing what we have to do is I will add a slicer over here. All right. So to add a slicer, we have an option in our build visual, that is this. So I will take a slicer and I will add a slicer for education. All right. So we will take a education and put it over here. So I will format the slicer as well quickly. So I will go in format slicer settings. I will make it as horizontal, and we'll just off the slicer header, put it over here. Please increase the size. All right, we will go in general effects. We will add a background color for this as well. In visual again, for values, the font will be, we will make it again the Sergio semi bold, and we will change the background of this as well. Okay, and the font color I will make it as this. All right. So now whenever I'm clicking on any of this, so you can see the dashboard is changing with respect to that, because this particular slicer will be applied to each and every chart which is there in this. All right. When you try to click on this particular pie chart and it slices, so whenever I'm clicking on this particular slice, you can see the data is filtering, but you can see in this particular frequency chart what is happening, it is only highlighting. You here as well, whenever we see on these donut charts, it's only highlighting the that particular what we can say the value with respect to that particular slice, but it is not filtering out, right? So it is only highlighting. Whenever I'm clicking on this as well, you can see it is only highlighting here as well. Whenever I'm clicking on this particular bars, you can see it is highlighting the whatever the values which we are having in other charts. But what we want is we want to filter those out, right? So how to do that, right? So if we want to filter those out, then what we can do, so first we will click on this particular pie chart, we will go in format, and we will edit the interactions, right? So in these interactions, you can see this is the option which is currently highlighted, that is highlight option, right? So this is active right now. This is active right now. So what we have to do, we have to make this as active, right? That is filter. So I will go ahead and click on filter. For this as well, I will click on filter. So this also, I will just click on this each and every pie charts as well to filter it out. All right. And now when I'm clicking on this, you can see the values are now changing, right? You can see they are not filtering, but they are not highlighting, but they are filtering out. Similarly, what we will do, we will do same for this as well. Again, what we will do, we will just filter this out. We will filter this out as well. This filter, and just we will activate this option. All right. So now we can see again, whenever I'm clicking on this, they are filtering out. All right. So now you can see whenever I'm clicking on this particular part, just these options which are there, that has interactive options, how to deactivate them. So again, go in filter and unclick the edit interaction. So they will all vanish out and you can see a clean chart. All right. So whenever I'm clicking on these particular things as well, this is the data is again filtering out with respect to that. It is highlighting out, not filtering out. So I don't want to filter or highlight the data with respect to this chart. So what I have to do, again I will go in format. So I don't want anything to be highlighted. So what we can do, we can just say none, or we will block this. Okay, we don't want to filter anything. So we'll block all the options, right? So we want to block the KPIs as well. So we will block each and everything, and this as well, this we'll block everything. All right. And again we will deactivate. So now you can see whenever I'm clicking on this, nothing is changing because we have deactivated the interactive filters for this. All right. So you can do the same for this chart as well, for this as well. The same procedure you can follow. You can deactivate all these things. We are only choosing the interactive filters for these two particular charts. All right. So this was all about this HR analytics dashboard in Power BI, guys. In today's video, we will see the design and development of this beautiful dashboard from start to end in Tableau software. So our today's topic is HR Analytics Dashboard. So the data which I will be using for this particular development, I will add a link for you to download in the description box, from where you can download and you can practice in your own system by following this video. So our today's topic is HR Analytics Dashboard. So where is this dashboard, guys, used mostly? So this is very much used in all the HR departments of any company. So from this dashboards, what does the HR department, what we can say, take insights, right? So they will come to know by using this dashboard, like how many are the head count of the total employee right now with them, like the active employees, and what is the attrition every month. So how many people are leaving every month in every year. So from there they can calculate the attrition rate. They can see the department wise how many peoples are leaving, how many peoples are very much loyal and they are working from last how many years, right? So what is like the employees which are working, like what are their age bands, or what is their average age, whether they are young, whether they are within 30s, or within 40s or above 40s, right? So this all this information they can they can analyze with respect to the gender as well. All right. So this dashboard we will be designing in our this video, so you can follow the same and you can design in your particular system. All right. So this dashboard is completely dynamic, guys. We have used one interactive filter here. We have also used some action filters as well. So I have used only one filter. Depending upon your choice, you can use many more filters here. So you can see if I am operating this filter with respect to that, the data is changing with respect to that particular education field, and we can see the data with respect to that, right? So we can dig down the data, we can go into the granularity of that particular data, and we can find some insights for the HR department. All right. So we used one quick filter. We have also used that action filter. So whenever I'm clicking on any of the department, let's say I'm clicking on sales department, so it will give me the data of all the sales department data, right? Similarly for R&D department, then we have HR department. All right. So we also have education field wise attrition, like let's say there are people from life sciences, right? So out of in life sciences there are 606 what we can 606 employee counts are there, and 89 employees have left the company. Like they have, we can see the attrition count here. So only active are 517 and 15% are what we can say the attrition rate. So in this way, we will give the insights to the HR department, as well as if you can see, I have added one parameter over here. So whenever I'm clicking on this, it is changing its age gap, right? So age band which we are using, like if it is 3, then it will take the age band or the bin size of 3, and it will display with respect to that this frequency chart. So with respect to the gender as well, whenever I'm clicking, it will give the data with respect to the gender as well. All right. So from this dashboard, what we can analyze is the total insight for the HR department. All right. So there are different elements on this particular dashboard. We can see I have designed a KPI card over here. Like 4 to 5 KPIs are there. Then we have attrition by gender, overall gender, how much people's by gender, how many people are leaving the company. Then we have department wise attrition. Then we have a number of employees which are working in this company. Like this is what we called it as a frequency chart. This is a pie chart. Then we have a heat map, or we called it as a matrix chart as well, which gives the information about the job ratings, like what ratings the employee are giving, like 1 being the lowest and 4 being the highest, right? So then we have a field education field wise attrition in that particular education. With respect to that education field, how many people are leaving. So this is a simple bar chart. Then we have a multiple donut chart with respect to age bands, which we have how many people are living with respect to the age band, right? So we can see that in the age of 25 to 34, most of the employees are living, which is a very young age, and like having they will be having some 2 to what we can say 7 years or 8 years of experience. They're taking that and they're leaving the company. All right. So before wasting much time, we will start the design of this particular dashboard. And before that, I request you all to like this video, to subscribe my channel and share with your friends who are learning Tableau. So let's start our this particular video. So for this, what I have taken, I will be taking a new sheet or a new Tableau workbook, and we will start a fresh design from here. So before that, I will show you the data which we have. So this is an XLX file, that is Excel file. It is not a CSV file. So in this we can see there are almost 14, almost around approximate 1500 rows are there. And then we have number of columns are there, like around 30, 35 to 40 columns are there. So out of this, I can say I've only used 50% of data for my what we can say design. All right. So this is the data which we will be having in XLX format. So I will close this for now, and I will open our new Tableau dashboard which we have taken here. The next thing what we have to do is we have to connect to our data. All right. So there are different data connections are available. So many of connections are there, and for now which we are connecting is a Excel file, or we can say a flat file we are using here. We are not using any SQL server. So I will be using a flat file, and we have this data, and I will click on open. All right. So you can see there is only one sheet available. We are fortunate enough that we don't have to create any relationship or any what we can see any joins over here. All right. So we have this data. You can see there are 1470 rows are there, and 39 what we can say columns are there, right? So this is the metadata where we can see this is the metadata. So what is the field name, what is its data type is there, all these things. All right. And this is the data what we can see. This is a sample of data where we can see like almost 100 rows will be there, what form the data is there, whether it is correct or whether it is displaying correctly. If you want to change any of what we can say uh, data type from here, you can go ahead and you can change a data type. If you want to make some small changes, or what we can say small modifications in data, you can do it here before starting your design. All right. You can change the data type from here as well. Okay. So for now our data is very much clean. We don't need any cleaning purpose for, or any cleaning is not required for this particular data. So I have already cleaned the data, and it will be directly ready to use for you. Okay. So we will start building our visualization. All right. So first what we will do, we will start the design of our KPIs. Okay. So I will rename this sheet and I will use it as a KPI. All right. So before that, I will show you there are two connections whenever we go in data source, whenever we are giving a connection to a Excel file. for this particular dashboard I'm saying. So there are two types of connection, that is live connection and extract connection. So it depends upon your requirement, your situation, whatever you are working on, live connection or extract connection. It is depending upon you which you have to use. If there is a large number of data is there in millions of records are there, we recommend to go with the extract connection because it gives us liberty to work offline, right? In live connection, we have to be online and should be connected to your database continuously. So for now, I will keep it as live only. But whenever you are sharing it with your friends, with your colleagues, or anyone, go with the extract connection. Save it as a TWBX file, which is a package workbook file, where data will be there, your logic will be there, and workbook will be also there. So you can share it with your friends with data in that particular file. All right. So I will go back to my first sheet, that is the KPI. So we will start building our KPI first. All right. So the first thing what we want is the employee count. So we have a field over here. So I will directly take it and I will directly double click over here. You can see I've got the employee count. So instead of here, I will put it into I will take it out and I will put it into the text. All right. So you can see I've got my first KPI, that is 1470 is the total number of employees which we have. So if you go here in your data and if you see the employee count, let me show you that field. So this is the employee count. For each row, it is giving the number as 1. Okay. So we will be taking the sum of each row. So that is, it will be adding each and every row and it will give us the count. And we saw already that the number of rows which we have is a 1470. All right. The next what we want is the attrition. Okay. So how much the attrition is there? So when we go into the data, so always remember, study the data first. I have already studied, so it is easy for me to explain you. So there is a first column that says attrition. So what does this indicates that if it is yes means what, that particular employee have left the company. Okay, if it is no means he is still working in your company, right? So what we have to do, whatever wherever there is a yes, we have to take a sum of those and we will be displaying it in the form of as our second KPI, that is how many people have left the company. So what we will do, we will use a calculation field over here and we will be writing it in the form that if it is yes, give the number as 1, else we will be using it as 0 because we only have two entries over here, either yes or no. Okay, if it is yes, we will be using as 1, else that is by default, for no it will take as 0. So we will go ahead in our sheet, we will write our first calculation field, that is attrition. Oops, spelling is wrong. All right. So this is attrition. Now we will write the formula. We will be using if else condition. If attrition, okay, if attrition is equal to yes, so put whatever we are hard coding our value, if it is in text format, so we should be putting it into double quotes or single quotes. It will work. Okay. If it is your yes, then we will keep it as 1, and if it is no, that is else, it will be 0. All right. So there are, and we have to end this. All right. Okay. So there are some calculation errors. So field attrition already exists means what? The name of this field already exists. So we will name it as attrition count. All right. So now it is valid. So Tableau doesn't take the same name of field for two particular columns or two particular whatever the fields we will be adding it into the data pane. All right. So attrition count, we will be taking that if attrition is yes, then 1, else 0. Okay. Okay. So we can see a new column has been created or a new field has been created in this particular data. And you can see if it is if we have a small is equal to symbol before that particular data type, so it means that it has been calculated manually. Okay, means we are creating that calculation. So I will just double click over here. Okay, you can see it has been added over here. So it is in the form of rows. What we will do, we will just invert this. Okay, so by inverting our rows and columns, it will be in the form of columns. So we want the employees first, so I will just drag it up over the attrition count. So this is what we have seen, and we will make it as entire view. Okay, this is what it will fit here properly. All right. The next what we have to do is we have to find out the attrition rate. So for that, again we will write one calculation. The rate is nothing but it will be in the form of percentage. So what is the logic for that is total attrition. Okay, so how many companies have left divided by the total employee count which we have. So we will write a logic for this. So I will name it as attrition rate. Okay, and I will be using the formula. So I will aggregate it into calculation itself. So I will take the sum of attrition count divided by sum of employee count. All right, so calculation is valid. I will click OK and I will just double click. So you can see it is 0 right now. We are getting a 0 number. So we will have to change its format. So I will click on right click here on this field format. I will go into numbers and I will go on percentage and I will place it as 2 decimal points. By default it is 2. So you can see we have got one number that is 16.12%. All right. So the next is active employees. So how many people are active right now working in our company? So it is nothing but the difference between total employee count which we had before in this year minus the attrition count. Okay. So that will be our active employees. So for that I will write again the calculation field and I will name it as active employees. All right. So I will take the difference sum of employee count minus sum of attrition. Sum of the attrition count. All right. You click OK and I just double click. Okay, so we have got our active employees. So we want it after attrition rate. So I will just drag it and place it below the attrition rate. So we have got this as active employees. The last one which we want is the average age. So we have a age field over here. So I will just double click on this. So you can see it is taking the sum of age. So it will be taking the sum of each and every row, the age which we are having. So this is something what we don't want. So we will right click here, we will go in sum and we will name it as average. Okay, we will change the aggregation by right clicking in measure. By default it has taken sum, so we will change it to average. So it was giving us the average age of all the employees which we have is a 37 as a average employee age of the employee, sorry. All right, so now what next we will be doing, we will change the format of this, all the what we can say, all the fields which we are having, the measures which are having. So for first I will click on format, I will go in number. So it is a number, so we don't want to give any of what we can say a custom or we can say any unit for that. Okay, so it is a number, so it obviously we will just keep it as a blank number. So and I will name it, I will keep the number decimals as 0. Why I'm doing it right now? Only because when we will take it into the dashboard and whenever we are applying some filters on it, it will change the number format. So let's say what we are doing, we are adding one filter over here. So it will be not doing, I guess, for the interactive filter, but it happens when we are using the action filters. Okay, so we are going to use education as a field over here. That is a filter. So I will put this into the filter panel. For now, we'll be using all apply. Okay. So I will click on show filter. So whenever I'm clicking, you can see it is changing. But whenever I'm applying some filters over here, it is taking a decimal point as somewhere it is taking as a 2 digits, somewhere 1 digits, right? So we don't want this. So what we will do, we will make it as a round figure. So I will just click on this, right click, format in numbers, and here I will make it as 0. So you can see we have got a whole number. Similarly for next, I will just click on this, automatically it will be activated here. Or you can right click and go from format, and in number custom I will make it as 0 again. Similarly for this, for we want it in percentage only. For active employees in custom 0, for age as well, custom and 0. All right, and we will click it on all, right? All right, so this is our first KPI card which we have designed here, and the filter which we are going to use, it will be used for all the charts which we will be designing in future, right? Or in coming next in this video. So what I will do, I will just right click on this, I will apply to worksheet and all using this data source. Means whenever I will be designing any sheet further in coming time, the default filter will be automatically applied because it is at a data source level. So whenever I will drag some fields into visualization, that filter will be automatically what we can say added to that particular sheet. All right. So this is our what? The KPI design. The next chart which we will be designing is a lollipop chart, which is a custom chart. Okay. So we will take a new sheet for that and I will name it as attrition by gender. Okay, so what this chart will give us a insight is with respect to gender, that is either male or female, how many people are leaving the company, right? So this will be a good insight for HR department. So I will take a gender over here and I will put it into rows and I will take the attrition count calculation which we have made before and I will place it into the columns, right? So you can see we are by default we are getting a bar chart. So I will just increase the size a little bit. I will make it as an interview. All right. So this is a bar chart which we are getting here. So we want to make it is a custom, that is a lollipop chart. So for that we have to add a circle over here, right? So to add that we will have to make it as a dual axis chart. So to make it as a dual axis chart, what I will do, I will create one more instance of this particular measure into the columns, right? So what I will do, I will press control, I will take this field and I will drag it next to it, right? So whenever I'm pressing the control, you have to press the control continuously. And you can see below my arrow there is one small plus icon is there. It indicates that it is creating an instance of this particular field. I will release and you can see the two instances have been created in marks card as well. We can see there are two instances created, one for this measure and one for this measure. Okay, so I will go in the second card that is for this measure and I will make it as circle. Okay, so you can see the circle has been formed. Now we have to create a dual axis chart. For this I will go in the second measure and I will right click and I will take it as a dual axis. All right. So you can see the dual axis chart has been created, but it is taking a circle for both of them. So I will go in the first one and I will change it as to bar. All right. And the next thing what we have to do is always remember guys, make it as a synchronized axis. Okay. So both the axis, both for both measures, different axis will be created. So for now we are using the same measure. So if we do the synchronization or not, it will not affect. But whenever you are working on two different measures and you are working on a dual axis chart, remember that you have to always synchronize the axis. All right. So it will be a uniform axis for both of the measure. So I will just synchronize the axis. You can see the axis has been synchronized. All right. So the next thing what we have to do is you can, if you cannot see the axis, you can just compress it, right? You can see the axis, right? So next thing what we have to do, I will show how the lollipop charts looks like, right? So I will just increase this size and for bar, we can reduce the size from here. Okay. So this is what actually the lollipop charts looks like. Okay. So whenever we are taking this into visualization, we will have to change some modification or we have to do some modifications over here. The next thing what we have to do is we have to give colors for this. So I will take a gender and I will put this into the colors card. Okay. Similarly here as well in this second instance also we will put it into the colors. All right. So you can see now we have to change the color. We are using our own custom colors. So I will go in edit and already have my colors over here. So I will just change this. What we have to do, we have to double click on this particular color. So this the box will be where there are you can add your own custom colors. I already have my color code. I will copy this and I will paste it over and I will click on OK, apply. Similarly for male, I will be using my own color code. So for male, I will be using this V. OK, apply. Okay, all right. So this is what I will be using the color code for male and female. You can use your own colors, doesn't matter. The next thing what we will be doing is we want a number to be displayed over here. So I will take this, I will again press control and I will take this, so it will create one more instance and I will add it into the labels. So we will be adding in the second marks card. We don't want to add it for the bar chart. We will be adding it for the circles, right? And I will go into the label and for automatic and I will make it into the center. So we want it to be displayed inside this particular circle. All right. So we have created this, we have created our second chart. All right. So now before creating our other charts, what we will do, we will start our design of dashboard side by side. Depends upon you, like how you want to display your charts. If you want to create all the sheets and then design your dashboard, or side by side, you can start working on your dashboard as well. All right. So what I will do, I will start the design of dashboard for me. So I've just created a new dashboard and I will name it as HR Analytics Dashboard. All right. So I will be using a custom size for my dashboard. So I will just check what I've used before for my this dashboard. So I will be using it as 1580 by 900. So I will change this and I will be using it as 1580, and height I will be using it as 900. So depending upon your system resolution, right? So if your laptop is old one, the resolution it might, it will be giving you some the vertical and horizontal, what we can say, scroll lines for you to see this. So my screen resolution is different, so I can see it in my single view only. So depending upon your system, you can take your own custom size and you can design this dashboard. Doesn't matter. All right. So the next thing what we have to do is, if I show you my dashboard, you can see in behind of this dashboard, I have used some custom shapes. And there is one, what we can say, a wallpaper, or we can say a faint wallpaper behind this particular dashboard, which I have designed in PowerPoint. Okay. So the background of this dashboard has been designed in PowerPoint. So I will show you, I will open my PowerPoint here. See. All right. So this dashboard design, or the background of this particular dashboard, I have designed this into the in PowerPoint, and then I have taken this particular background and I have added it into our tablet. So I will be using this particular, what we can say, a background. I have designed different backgrounds. So this is what I'm using, a gradient fill color with black and blue, and I have added a wallpaper behind that. So I have also created some custom designs which you can use if you want something different. You have to use. So this is some purple and black. That I've also used some green colors. This is a plain background without wallpaper. So this is some different wallpaper which I've added here. Again, this is a plain background with orange and black. Then we have this black and light blue color. So these are some different background which I have here. So how to design these backgrounds? Okay, if you are interested to know how I have designed this background, if you want a separate video on this, do comment in the channel. Do comment in this video. Definitely I will make one different video, like how we are making this background, beautiful backgrounds, how you can make your own backgrounds, right? So for now, for this video, I will not spend much time on how we are designing the backgrounds. The Tableau part is important for us. So now I will post this the link for this particular PPT also. You don't have to worry about that. So what I will do for this particular PPT, so whenever you have to download or we have to convert it into image, so I will go in file and I will save as, wherever you have to save as, I will save it on desktop, and I will save it as a PNG format. Okay. And I will be using, let's name it as HR background final. Okay. Because I already have one saved this as a final background, or whatever in name which you have to give in PNG format. Save. It will ask if you want to save all slides. So I just don't want to save all slides. I will just say just this one. Okay. So whenever I go on export, you can see this has been converted into the PNG format. So I will be using this picture in our background of our tablet. All right. So I have already this dashboard. The next thing what I will do, I will take a image from here, the object which we have. I will drag it here. Okay. And I will just click these both options. I want to fit my image in this particular canvas which we are having, and I want to make it as a center as well. So from here you can choose your image, and this is my image which I have done. I will click on OK. Okay. So you can see it has been perfectly fitted in my dashboard pane or canvas or background. So now what we will be doing, we will be taking our all the sheets and I will place it over here in this particular whatever area which we are having for that particular dashboard. All right. So now next thing what we have to do, I will take our KPI first. So before that, before tile, I will make it as floating. Floating is nothing but we can move your chart from here to there, right? Tiled is nothing but you will be placed into that particular container and you cannot change the shape of or the size of that particular chart. All right. So that you might be knowing. So I will take the KPI and I will place it over here. All right. So we don't want this titles. I will just hide it and I will just reduce the size. Okay. I will just make it to fit over here. All right. So this is the filter. I don't want it right now. Perfect. All right. So now we will just do quick formatting over here. So I will just right click over here and I will click on format. All right. So the font which we will be using for headers is, so for headers I will be using this color, and the font I will be using it as semi bold, and font size I will make it as 15. Okay. So this is the 15, and alignment, of course, I want it as to be center. All right. So the next is for the measure. So for this measures, I will make it into the sheet itself. So next again, I will click on format. We want the background of this particular sheet as no background. So I will go in this particular shading options. In this shading options in worksheet, we will make it as none. Okay. So you can see the background has been gone for this. So we can see there is one small lines which are appeared over here. So we will get rid of that as well. So you can see there are different lines are given here from here. So you just have to say none to everyone. Okay. So they will automatically go. So you can see that has been, the row divider has been gone. Similarly, in column divider that has also gone. Right. So I will just close this and I will go into this particular chart in our this particular sheet. And from here I will change this particular measures. Okay. So I will make it as 28. I will make it as tableau bold, and we'll make it as color as white. Okay, apply. Okay, so here you are not saying because it is matching the background. For white color it is giving as a white, so you can see if I click here it is okay. So I will just click on text again, and inside the automatic, what we will do, we will make it as center. All right. So when you come to your dashboard again, so the formatting has been applied over here. You can see our first KPI design is been completed, and you can see how beautiful it looks, right? So depending upon your background, there are multiple backgrounds which I have kept in that PPT. You can use any, and with respect to your, you can use any font color, any font size, any font type. All right. The next thing which we will be using is attrition. So I will just take it over here. We don't, okay, we want the title. So I will just change the title immediately. I will make it as 12. I will make it as semi bold, and I will make it a color as yellow. Apply. Okay. And we want to fit it over here. So before that, I will just get rid of this axis. We don't want the axis. I will click on show header here as well. I will deactivate the header, and I will make it as small. Okay, so for general, so we don't want it. So I will just hide the labels. All right. So we will go into our chart. You can see the circles are very much big and bar is very much small. So we will make some adjustment over here. I will increase the bar size. Okay, and I will decrease the size of this. Okay. So you can see it is looking here somewhat in sheet it is looking funky, but on dashboard our area is small. So you can see it is looking better now. So small, I will just increase the size a little bit for a circle. Right, this is fine. So now we will click quickly format this as well. Format chart, we will go again in our shading, and for work on sheet you have to go in sheet and you have to say none. All right. So then there are different grid lines over here. So we have to get rid of this as well. So I will again click on this chart. I will go into this particular lines, and from here for all the lines just you have to say none. Okay. So in rows and in columns as well. So you can see it has been gone, and we can see there is a border over here, right? So we have a border for this particular header. So we have to go in for to remove this. We have to go into these borders. All right. So, and from here in rows, you have to get rid of this none. For headers, we have to say none. For pane as well. And in columns, we have to say this as well, this as well. All right. So you can see all the headers has been gone, and we can see the male and female. We have to make this as. We will click on this, and we will have to make this as a white color. Okay. So we will go in we will have to go again into our font. Okay. Then we will go in sheet, and for header from here we can give it as white color. All right. So you can see a white color has been applied over here, and we will make it as 8. 9 is better, and I will make it as a medium. Perfect. So you can see, guys, this legend I will remove from here. We will be applying the legend later. So you can see, guys, our first, what we can see, the strip has been designed. So we will quickly use the names also here. So for giving the dashboard name, what I will do, I will take the text and I will drag it here. I will name the text as HR Analytics Dashboard. Click on OK, and I will place it over here. Alright, so just we will increase the font size. I will make it as bold, color as white, and the size at, let's say, 36. Okay. Alright, looks perfect. Okay, so this is what initial our, like, say, 10 to 20% of work is already done. So in this way we have to design our dashboard, guys. Formatting the charts and as well as the formatting is also important. So you can see the numbers which we have to give it here. It should be black. So I will go into this sheet. In labels, I will just take these numbers. I will make it as 10, and I will make it as let's say semi bold. Okay, apply. All right. So it has been applied over here. You can reduce the size if you want some more. So I will just reduce it. I will keep it as 9 only. Right, okay. All right, so this looks good. All right. Okay, so the next we will be designing the pie chart, that is department wise attrition. So for that we will take a new sheet and I will name it as department wise attrition. Okay. So for that I will take a department and I will put it into colors, and before that I will change this to pie. Okay. And I will make it as entire view. Okay, so we have got a pie chart, but for now we can say for each department it is giving equal slice angle for each and every department. So we will have to add one measure over here. So we are seeing it by attrition. So I will take the attrition count and I will put it into the angle. So you can see we have got with respect to that, like you can see for sales there is a large attrition. Then R&D, R&D it is large, then for sales it is second large, and in HR there is less attrition, right? So now what we will do, we will have to change the color for this. So I will just go in edit colors, and I will be using for this as a blue color. Okay, so blue one for what I will do for HR, I will take the light blue. For this, I will take this, and for this, I will be using as a dark blue. Will apply. Just clean the color for this. For yeah, this. Okay, perfect. So you can give your own colors. Doesn't matter. All right. So this is what the color I will be using. You can use your own custom color. So now we will have to label this chart. So what I will do, I will again press control. The trick we have to, what we can see, create an instance for this. If you don't know how to do this, you can go again in your pane, and in pane you can find your attrition count we have here, and you can drag it here from here into the labels. Doesn't matter. Depends upon you how we have to use. But if you are using from here, it will be what we can say a shortcut, and it shows that you are a power, or we can say a Tableau expert. All right. So what we will do, want to show it as in the form of percentage. So I will just right click on this. Then we have to go in a quick table calculation, and I will show it as percentage of total. Right. So here you can see 56% of people from sales department are leaving the job. Okay, so it is like from overall employees, half of the employees are leaving from sales department, or we can say more than half. And the list is in HR department, right? So the HR department have to take care of this, right? Like why the people from sales are leaving the what we can say the company. Okay, so next what we have to do, we also want to show the total numbers also here. So again, I will press Ctrl and I will put it into the labels. Okay, so I will just format the labels for now. I will take this, the total, I will Control X, I will just enter and I will place it below. Okay, and I will add a brackets for this. Apply. All right, nice. So I will just make it as W semi bold or medium. 9 is okay. Apply. All right. So we have designed our this chart as well. So what we will do, we will go back in our dashboard and we will simultaneously we will place all the sheets in our dashboard. So I will take this and I will place it over here. Okay, I will just reduce the size and I will just make it fit over here. All right, so I will just right click here and I will format. Same procedure, we will say none for these colors. All right, and the labels which we have here. So for these labels, I will just go into the sheet, and for these labels, you can change it from format also, doesn't matter. So I will make it as a white. Okay. Okay, so you can see it has been white, and now for this I will just place the labels over here. Legends, not labels. And I will just format the legends as well. So I will just right click on this, format legends, and for title I will make it as W semi bold 9 and I will name it as yellow color. And for the body I will make it as this and I will make it as W medium. Perfect, this looks good. And next you can see the pie charts looks something smaller, so we will just increase the size of this pie chart. I will go in this sheet and from here I will just increase the size of this. Right, nice, this looks perfect. So the labels I will just decrease the size of labels, font of the labels I will make it as 8. Okay, so this looks good, this looks fine. And I will change the name of the sheet. Just you have to double click on this particular title. I will make it as 12. I will make it as semi bold and I will make it as yellow. Perfect. So we have placed our pie chart as well. The next which we have to design is what, our frequency chart. So for that again we will take a new sheet and the name of this chart I will just take from here. I will just copy this. So it's not copying. So number of employee by age group. So number of employee by age group. Right. So now what this chart indicates, guys, so we will be showing in this particular chart, we will take the age and by that particular age groups, what are the total employees? We are not showing attrition. How many total employees are there in all our company? So what we will do, we will take a age from here. Okay. And I will put, so for first we have to create a bin for this. Okay. So I will right click over here and I will go and create a bins. Okay. So by default it is taking so age cannot be in the fraction format, right? So default size I will make it as 3. And or what we have to do is we have to change it with respect to the parameter. So we have a small drop down here and it says create a new parameter. Or you can follow one more procedure. You can create your own parameter first and then you can apply it to that particular age bin. So I will just not waste time. I will just create a new parameter here itself and I will name it as age. I will make it as a bin size. I will name it as bin size. Okay. And display format is 3. Current value I will name it as 3. So minimum value I will places at 2 and maximum I want it as 10. And what is the step size? Step size is nothing but whenever you are increasing the bin size, by how much amount it should be increased. So I will place as 1. This means what? From 2 it will go on 3, from 3 it will go on 4, means what? It is increasing by the step size of 1. So if I am doing here 2, so initial value will be 2, it will be increasing by 2 because we have increased the step size by 2, that is it will go to 4. So I will just keep it as 1 only. I will click on OK. So you can see if I close this, so for now I will just click on OK. And if I close it, you can see a new parameter has been created, a bin size. All right. And our new one more field which will be created here is a age bin. So I will take this field and I will place it into the rows, or I will place it into the columns. All right. So default size is 3. You can, if you have this, I will show this parameter over here. So by default, it is taking as a 2 as a value. So whenever I click, it is increasing. And by with respect to that, the size, or we can say the bin size, is changing. All right. So I will just keep it as a 3 for now, and I will take the employee count now. Okay. So I will take the employee count and I will put it in the rows. Okay. So this is nothing but, guys, frequency chart. We called it as occurrence chart, and I will make it as entire view. We want it as a label, so I will put it into labels, or from here you can on your labels as well. All right. So this is the age bin which we have created, and from here we can change the bin size as well, right? So if it is 2 means what, the bin size or the gap between ages will be 18 to 20, like 2 gap will be there, and for each gap there will be a frequency, like you can say from 18 to 20 how many employees are there, 24. From 20 to 22 how many employees are there, 30. From 20 to 24, in this particular age gap how many employees are there, 52. Likewise, you can read this chart and you can see between 30 to 34 there are maximum number of employees, that is 155 employees are there, right? So by this or in this way you can create the age bin size. And from, if you want to see some different age gap, like for now you can see from 18 to 21, because we have increased the bin size, right? Before we were seeing it is between 18 to 20. So in this way you can, you're giving a liberty to change the bin size. All right. So in this way we can create the bin chart, or we can call it as a frequency chart. All right. So now we will go in our dashboard. I will bring it here, and what we will do, we will bring our employee chart over here. So we will just take it for now here. So I will change the title first, make it as 12, semi bold, and I will give it as a yellow color. Like, okay. Okay. So I will click on this chart, right click, format, go into our shading, and in worksheet make it as none. All right. So we will get rid of grid lines as well. All the row grid lines, I will say it as none. All right. Okay. So the next thing is what, we don't want this axis as well, right? So because we are already labeling this, so no need of this axis. So I will just click on show header, and we don't want these lines also. You can see this line is there. For this particular vertical line we don't want. So I will just click on borders, and I will go into the column. I will say it as none. Okay. So for rows as well, or I think I should have to go in axis, and for axis ruler I will have to say none. Oops. Control said in rows I have to say it none. Alright, so this has been gone. Alright. So the next thing what we have to do is we have to format this quickly. So you can see the axis which we are having, we will have to give it some namings. Okay. So we have to give it in this format, like white color. So I will just click on axis first. Okay. And I will go here, and this axis is made of from bin size. So I will just click on bin, and I will go here, and I will make it as white. All right. And we can make it as Tableau regular. We'll make it as 8, and W semi-bold. Okay, this looks fine. Perfect. The next thing is we have to change this as well. So I will just go to sum of employee count. So I will show you how you can change your the label color, or the, what we can say, this number color into this particular format only. So in this you can go to pen in this, and you can make it as white. Okay. So I will make it as this as 8 as well, and again I will make it as W medium. All right. So this looks fine, and we have this age bin. We don't want this. I will add this. All right, looks perfect. So the bin size parameter also I will place it over here perfectly. and I will format the parameter. Okay, so for title we will make it as yellow, and we will make it as W semi bold. And for body as well, we will make it as white and Tableau semi bold. Perfect. Okay, so whenever you are changing the size, you can see we are changing it with respectively. Okay, so now we have to give color for this guy. So I will again go into our sheet, and I will take this and I will put it into the colors. Okay, so we are getting a gradient color over here, right? So it indicates that wherever the darker color is there, it is having the highest value, and wherever there are faint colors, it is having the lower value. So I will quickly change the color over here, and I will edit the color, and for me I will be using it as let's say, one second, purple. Okay, apply. Okay, and I will go into dashboard. You can see the color has been applied over here. The next thing what I want to show is I want to show you the legend over here. So I will just click on the small drop down over here of this particular sheet. I will go in legends and show the legends over here. Okay, so I will place it over here somewhere, and I will format this as well. So we will make this as white, or we can make it as yellow again, and semi bold. And for body, I will make it as white. Perfect. Oops. All right. So we have designed our this as well. So if you want to remove this tick lines also, you can see there are axis tick lines. So I will just click here, format in HBean, and then I will go in axis, and you can see for this particular tick marks, I will say none. For in columns as well, I will say it as none. So you can see that the lines has been gone. All right. So we have designed 50% of our dashboard. Only 3 charts are remaining. The next chart which we will be designing here is a heat map chart, or we called it as a matrix chart also. So for that, what we will be doing is we will take a new sheet, and before that, what I will do, I will just get rid of this line as well. So I will just click on format. I will click on axis, and from here I will take it as HBean, and I will go into the grid lines, and I will just get rid of none. Okay, I will just do everything as none. Okay, we don't want anything here. All right, similarly for rows. Okay, so you can see this is now clean and it looks a perfect chart, right? So I'll just close these. Right, all right, this looks fine. So for here I have taken a bin size. You can mention it as or we can take it as h bin also, depending upon you what naming convention you have to give. So that is not important. So the next thing what we have to do is we have to design here a matrix chart. So for that I will take a new sheet, and I will name it as let me see the name. So it is a job satisfaction rating. So I will change here, and I will name it as job satisfaction rating. All right. So for this, what we will do, I will take a job role, and I will take it into the rows, and I will take the job satisfaction. So for this, whenever I'm taking it into the columns, so I'm getting it as a measure value, right? So for now it is measure, and it is giving us aggregation. So we don't want aggregation, we just want the numbers which are there in this job satisfaction. So when I right click and describe it, so for now it is not showing any, what we can see, whatever the values which are there, but it should show the values over here. Okay, so for that, what we will do, I will just take this, okay, and I will drag it into the dimensions. Okay, so you can see it has been converted into dimension. Now when I'm taking this and when I'll put into columns, you can see it is giving us the values which are there into that particular what we can say field. So it is treating it as a categorical value, right? So it is not treating it as a measure, not giving it as a what we can say aggregation. It is treating it as a different category, and it is showing it into the form of that particular 1 2 3 4 values. Okay, so the next thing what we have to do, I will take the employee count, and I will put it into the text. Okay, so you can see what this actually shows us, that in different job role, like let's say for manager, if there are different managers are there, in that managers, how many of them are satisfied or they're happy with their job. So one being the lowest rating and four is the highest rating. You can see the ratings of that particular peoples which they have given here. All right. So now what we will do, I will add a grand totals here. So for that I will go in analysis and I will go into totals and I will show column grand totals as well as I will show what we can say row grand totals. Okay, so you can see both grand totals I have, and this total values which we have is 1470, and I will make it as an entire view. All right, so we have designed this chart as well. So now what we will do, we will go ahead and add it to our dashboard. So I will take this and I will place it over here. So just we will make it fit into our shape. Perfect. So now we will do some formatting. I will change the title first. I will make it as semi bold, make it as 12, and I will do it into yellow. Apply. Okay, perfect. So now next, what we will be changing the formattings of this all these numbers which we are having here. So I will just click on format and I will first make it as what we can say a background. We will make it as none. So this has been none. So now next what we have is row banding here. So it is by default giving a row banding. So we don't want any row banding here for headers as well. I will make it as none. Now what we have to do, we have to design our text properly. So before that, what we have to do, in our bar chart, I will go into this chart and here we have to give a color gradient, right? So the numbers which are maximum, those should be highlighted in dark. So I will just take this and I will put it into colors. So I'm pressing control. So remember to press control whenever I'm doing this. Okay. So we can see this has been created. So we don't want this has to be what we can say the numbers, we don't want to be what we can say in the color format. We want the background of those numbers which they are lying in that cell to be highlighted. So I will just go here and I will change it into the heat map, right? So it has, you can see it has been converted. So what we'll do, we will just swap the rows and we will make it as again entire view, and we will have to again add our rows and column grandparents. Perfect. So right now those are taking it into white color, and when I go here, so it is in white color right now, right? So by default it is changing its format. So we will just quickly change the formats. Now first for our numbers we will do. So from here, from fields, whichever field which is activated, with respect to that it will give us the format change. So I will activate the employee count and I will change its color to black. All right, and I will name it I will make it as 9 is fine, I guess. I will make it W semi bold and we will align it to center. All right. So similarly for this particular grand totals which we want, you can see I want to make it as white color. So I will just go into grand totals and I will make it as white. Right. So you can see all the grand totals are white now. So now I want to make this job roles as well in white color. So I will go in job role and I will make it as white. All right. And we can make it as Tableau medium. Okay. All right. It is medium itself. And for job satisfaction as well. So I'll go in job satisfaction and I will make it as yellow. All right, and we can make it as Tableau semi-bold. Similarly here as well, I will make it Tableau semi-bold for job role. Okay, this looks fine. For this job satisfaction as well, we will have to change header. Okay, one sec. So let's find this format. Okay, so we have to click on this, right click and then format this. So I will make it as white or yellow itself and Tableau semi-bold. Nice. Okay. All right, so this chart has been designed. Just we will change the color which we are using for us, this color. So I will just go in edit color and I will, instead of automatic, I will take it as, let's say, blue. Apply. Okay. It has been applied. Let me change it again. Perfect, nice. So we have designed our job satisfaction rating chart as well, and it looks nice. So you can see the numbers which are like which are giving as a maximum ratings. Those are been highlighted. Okay, you can give your own colors which you want. The next part which we have to design is our bar chart. Okay, so for that again we will take a new sheet, and the naming convention which we want to give it as education field wise attrition. Right. Okay, so I will rename this first education. Perfect. So for this we will take education field into rows. All right. And we will take the attrition count into the columns. We will make it as entire view, and we will sort it from maximum to minimum, and we will on the labels here. All right. So we will change the color for this, and let's take it as this, or so depending upon you which color we have to give here. It's totally depending upon you. So I will be using this green color, and we will go to our dashboard again. So I will bring this chart over here. First I will reduce the size. Right, so let's format this quickly. Let's, let's format the chart as well. Okay, okay. The grid lines, we don't want the grid lines as well. Perfect. So, all right. The next thing, Krishan will make it white. Okay, so just we will hide this header. We don't want this as well. Axis lines also we don't want. And for numbers, we will change it in pane. Let's make it white, and we will make it as semi bold. Perfect 8. All right. So what else? So this also we have to change. That is education field. This white color and semi bold. Nice. So we have designed our this chart. All right. So now the next and the last chart which we have to design here is a pie charts. Sorry, the donut charts. So for that again we will go to the new sheet, and the namings. The name which we will be using is attrition rate by gender for different age group. Attrition. All right. So from this, what we will be getting an idea is like in that particular age group, like let's say from 25 to 30 or 20 to 35, how many people are leaving the what we can say the company, or they are leaving their jobs, right? So we will take uh, age band here. We have a age band, CF age band. I will put it into the rows. I will put it into columns actually. I will change the marks as a pie chart. Okay, and I will make it as entire view. All right, so we have this pie chart, and next what we want to see it with respect to gender. So I will take the gender and I will put it into colors, and we want to see the attrition for that. So I will take the attrition count and put it into the angles. Right, so you can see we have got the angles, but these are the pie charts, and we want to convert it into donut chart. So donut is what? It is a custom chart. So what I will take from here. I will go into this particular rows, and what I will do, I will add one axis here. Okay, dummy axis. So I will be using minimum, and I will taking as minimum of 1. Enter. So this is one axis, and one more axis I will create. I will just take this and I will drag it over here by placing the control. So you can see two axes are created, and for that two axis, two, what we can say here, marks card are created. So I will go in second marks card and I will remove all whatever is there over here. Okay, so this will be blank and I will make the size is as smaller. Okay, and next thing what we have to do is we have to make it as dual axis. So perfect, you can see we have created our the donut chart. So I will just increase the size for this as well. I will increase the size by small. Okay, this is fine. All right. Okay, so by default for female and male we have what we have applied the color for previous chart. So by default it will be taking those colors itself, so we don't need to change the color over here. So we will just get rid of this axes. We don't want this. Okay, and this save age band also we don't want, we will hide it. All right, so we have to give the labels for here, and so what I will take the sum of in this first one, right? So in this first marks card I will take this and put it into labels, and I will make it as a quick table calculation percentage of total. All right. And the next thing again I want it is label. I want the total as well. So I will just quickly change here and I will put this on top. Center, and I will add a bracket over this. Okay, perfect. So this is our pie chart. So next is what we have to add a small KPIs over here also, like which will be indicating a total number, right? So we will go in this particular second one, the blank chart which we have created here. We will take a attrition from here, that is attrition count, and we will put into the labels. All right. The next thing what we have to do is you can see the age band is not into the proper format which we want. Like under 25 should be first, then 25 to 34, and then this particular things. So what we will do, we will go in the age band, right click here in this particular, right click here, and we will click on sort, and from here we will do a manual sort. So I will just take this and drag it over here up. Okay, just we have to take it and drag. You can see it has been arranged in our particular ascending to descending, right? So it will be showing us the perfect 10 year age gaps. Perfect. So this is what we wanted to see. I will just change the labels. Okay, we will do it into dashboard itself. So I will take it here and we will fit it over here. Okay, quickly we will change the formats. Yellow, semi bold, apply. Okay, and we will quickly format the charts as well. None. Okay, then we will get rid lines, rid of this all this, what we can say, the lines which we have here. So for all of them we will say none. Perfect. Then on sheets as well, for borders as well we will say none, everything. All right. So in grid lines also we have deleted everything, so looks clean now. So we just have to give some colors properly. So we will change the labels first. So I will just go into this, or we can change it from sheet only. Just go here. I will make it as 8 Tableau medium, and I will make it as white. Like okay, perfect. So this is the legend which we have here. So I will just place it over here. I will just drop down here and I will arrange the items in single column. Sorry, in single row. So the next thing what we have to do, guys, this the color of this center you can see of this particular donut chart. We have to match it with somehow we have to match it with the background color because this looks something funky. So how we can do that? So I will go into my this particular this color I have to give it here. So I can take this color. So I will just click on here in our PPT, and I will go to format shape. Then I will go to this color which I'm using here. I will go to more colors, and I will copy this. Okay, whatever the color code which are using here. So we will go in our dashboard. I will go into this sheet. In this, I will change the color in more colors. I'll delete this. I'll paste this. Okay, perfect. So we will format this as well. This particular labels in which we are showing here. So I'll make it as let's say 15 and Tableau bold, and I will make it as yellow. Right. So you can see we have almost completed. So we just format this as well. We'll make it as yellow and Tableau semi bold, and for this I will make it as white. All right. So this is the legend. So dashboard is almost completed. The next thing what we have to add is your filter. So for filter, what I will do, I will click on any of this chart. Okay, any chart we can click, go into analysis in filter and choose the filter. So you can see this is the filter which we have got here. So I will just quickly format it here. So I will make it as multiple values drop down, right? And I will format this as well. So we will make it as white, W semi bold. Perfect. So you can see whenever I'm changing any of these filters, because it is a data source filter which I've told you initially only. So all the values will be changing with respect to that. You can see we are getting with respect to those filtered value, we are getting our values. Okay. The next thing what we have to do is whenever I'm clicking on this particular slice, the other charts are not changing. So we have to give a action filter over here. So what we have to do to give an action filter, you can see a one filter, this option we are seeing one filter shape is there. Okay. So what we have to do, just we have to click on this. So whenever it is filled in white color, it means what, it has been activated. So we have activated the action filter. So this is the shortcut to give an action filter, right? So you can go in dashboard, and from here also you can give it. Okay. So whenever I'm clicking, you can say it is filtering now the other charts. Similarly, we have to filter by this chart as well. So just we will click on this, and by this chart as well, just we will click on this. So you can see whenever I'm clicking on mill, it is filtering our value. Whenever I'm clicking on this, it is filtering our value. So one thing which was remaining, you can see these values, which whatever age band, we have to make it as color in white. So I'm just go and make it as white. Perfect. Or you can make it as yellow if you want, any color which you want. Perfect. So now this total complete chart or complete dashboard has been designed, guys, from step by step, everything we have seen. So we have designed our each and every chart, and we have placed it in our dashboard. So if you have liked, if you have learned something, so give a like for this video, subscribe the channel, and share it with your friends. In this project, we will be testing the Tableau and Power BI reports by using SQL queries or SQL queries. And in the database which we will be using in this particular project will be PostgreSQL. And I will help you on how to install this particular database from start to end. So not to worry about that. And in this particular project, we will be testing one Power BI and one Tableau report or dashboard. And so SQL is the most important skill which you must know if you are working as a data analyst or a Tableau or Power BI developer. Okay. So why we use SQL? SQL is mainly used to interact with our database. In this case, it will be PostgreSQL database. So SQL is a language which will be used to, modify the data or update the data, extract the data from that particular database. Okay, run some scenarios. Okay, get the data. It is also used to insert the data in the database. It will be also used to delete some data if you want to from that particular database. So it is a very powerful language, and it is mostly used in many industries wherever you are using some databases, and it will be used from developers to testers. Everybody use SQLs. Okay, and it is a must skill in today's current scenario. Next, it is very much important for Tableau or Power BI developer, because as a developer, you will be building the reports, you will be building the dashboards, but to test or to validate those dashboards, you must know SQL. Okay, because in many industries there are not dedicated QAs who will be testing your reports. It is the Tableau developer or a Power BI developer himself who have to work on some SQL queries and have to test your reports. Or before even building the reports, he have to work on some SQL queries where he will prepare some views, some materialized views, which he will import in Tableau and then prepare those dashboards. Or he also have to clean some data by using SQL, which is a role for ETL developer as well. Okay, so SQL is must for Tableau and data analyst also. Okay, the next one is SQL developer. Obviously, if you're working as an SQL developer, you must know SQL, how to use SQL, and it should be at advanced level. Okay, and next is the ETL developer. ETL developer is nothing but wherever you are working in on a ETL tool, or where you have to clean some data. Okay, so it will be done by SQL, and in that case, you must know ETL SQL language. Okay. Next is for database administrators who will be handling the database. Obviously, they must know the SQL language as well. Okay, so this will be beneficial for these few peoples, and there are many more as well who will be using SQL data or we can say SQL language in their day-to-day work life. Okay, so the next one which we will be seeing today is we will be testing two reports, and if you can see here, one is the HR analytics dashboard which is prepared in Tableau, and the same dashboard is prepared in Power BI. Okay, if you want, or if you are interested on like how these dashboards are actually prepared, so I have already prepared some videos on this. You can go ahead and watch them. I will add the link in the description of this video. You can watch this particular development of these dashboards as well. So in this video we will be testing this both the reports. You can see they are almost similar, so whatever queries we will be writing, it will be same for this particular two dashboards. So people who are working as an Power BI or a Tableau developer, they will be beneficial with this particular video, and they can relate with their work life as well, and they will be, or who are trying as a beginner, they can work, or they, by using this project, they can be very much confident on how to use SQLs, and they can add this particular project in their portfolio as well. Okay, so moving ahead, so what is the objective of today's project? Okay, so mainly it is the QA testing, that is testing of the reports which I previously shown you. And in this, what we will be doing is we will be creating a database in PostgreSQL. I will show you how to do that. And we will write some SQL queries and create a test document to QA the HR analytics dashboard developed in Tableau desktop and Power BI software. Okay, so this is the main objective. And in that, we will be doing functional validation. So in this, we will be testing each feature as per our requirement, which we have got from our client, and to verify all the filters and action filters on the report, right? So whether all the filters are working as per the requirement on Tableau. So functional validation is nothing but whether that particular report or particular dashboard is functioning correctly. Okay, means all the filters are correctly working, they are connected to each worksheet, all the quick filters are working or not. Okay, the next one is data validation. So this is the main part which we will be focused on today, that is to check the accuracy and the quality of the data. Okay, so whatever values we are showing in Tableau, we can't rely on them and directly show them to our customer. First, we have to validate those whether it is correct, and that is done by using SQL queries which are fired to that particular database. The data is extracted from that database, and it will give us the results, and that results are compared with the results or the data which we are showing in our Tableau reports. Okay, so we will be matching our value in Tableau and Power BI reports, and this will be done by using SQL queries. So this is the most important part, and the next part is also important, which is the test document. So after doing this functional and data validation, we have to create a test document which will contain some screenshots or some queries, and that document will be sent out to your manager, to your developer, or to your client, that we have tested this particular what we can say project, and now you can go ahead and use that particular dashboard or report in your actual use or in production. Okay, so until and unless QA is done or testing is done, no project or no what we can say software or report is directly given to our client to work on. Okay, so QA is must, and it is done before handing it over to our client. The next what we will be seeing is what skills you will learn in this particular project. So first we will be doing a functional validation, then data validation, Then we will see how to install the PostgreSQL. I will show you how to create the database, how to insert the table into our database. We will be writing basic and advanced SQL queries also. And some of the functions which we will be seeing today is select, insert, copy, where, group by, order by, then some advanced like cross type, cast, then round, subqueries, and some data types also. We will work with some data types as well. Okay. And then we will create a professional test document which is actually done in real time industries, and this document will help you whenever you will be working in real time industry, or if you are working currently, you can modify, or you can enhance your test document as well. So next what we will see is what you will gain from this particular project is, first thing is SQL skills. Okay, so you will be up to the mark with your SQL skills. You will enhance your SQL skills, which is very important as a data analyst. Then you will be also increase, or you will enhance your developer and data analyst skills. Okay, the data analyst is the main important part here. You will have, you will be enhance your QA skills, or you will gain some QA skills also, how QA is done on different reports. Then this particular all project can be added in your resume, which will increase, or which will make your resume very much strong, because this complete portfolio will be there into your resume, and it will be getting highlighted immediately. Okay. And then last, definitely you will get a job by using this particular or this type of particular projects. If you are using and adding it on your resume, definitely you will get a job, because SQL with developer or with Tableau developer is a great combination, and your industries will hire you immediately with this. Okay, so next we need to install the PostgreSQL. So you can open Google in your Chrome or any browser which you are using, and you can type PostgreSQL download. Then you will be getting this first link, which will be the official link from PostgreSQL. You just have to click on downloads. Okay, so this will be the new page which will be opened here, and you can see there are different operating systems depending upon yours, which you are using. You can go ahead and download that. So for me it is Windows, so I will just click on Windows here. So as soon as I click on Windows, there are different versions available here. Okay, so like right now it is 15 version, which is for 2019, or release is 2019 to 2016, I guess. And you can see this is the first link which you have here is download the installer. Okay, you have to click on this particular link. So as soon as click on this particular link, you will be directed to the download a PostgreSQL page, and there are different versions available, so we'll be using the latest version. So currently it is having 15.2 as an version, and we are so for me it is Windows 64-bit. Okay, my operating system is Windows and it's 64-bit. So if it is a 32-bit, this particular versions will won't work, so you have to download this version, that is 10.23. So if it is a 64-bit, I will just click on this particular button, and it will start downloading my, what we can say, uh, the PostgreSQL setup. So it is saying that your download should begin, and it has begin. So you can see it is downloading. So but I have already downloaded, so I will just pause this and I will cancel this. So I have already downloaded this. So you can see this is my setup which I have already downloaded. So what next you have to do is you have to just double click on this particular setup, and it will ask us you the permission if you want to install this. And you have to click on yes. Next thing, what it will ask some questions, or what you have to install actually. All right. Okay, so you have to click here on next, and these are the different components which will be installed. So these all four are important for us. You can uncheck this tag builder, we don't want that, but for we will keep it as it is. So you just have to click on next. Okay, so for me it is saying that this SQL PostgreSQL is already installed in your computer, but so I will not install it again. So what you have to do is you have to click on next. Okay, and there will be few questions which will be asked, where you want to do the setup, whether you want to do it in C drive or any other drive, and then it will ask you one what we can say, uh, password, right? So that password is very important. Whenever you are entering that password, make sure that password is something you will be remembering in future, because that will be required whenever you are opening your pgadmin setup. Okay, then it will asking you a port. That port should be 5432. Okay, it is a standard port for PostgreSQL. And at last it will ask, whenever this pgadmin setup is completed, at last it will ask you whether you want to install this tag builder or not. So it is not necessary to install stack builder, you can just cancel. And once that setup is done, okay, so I will just abort this because I've already installed. So you can just search for pgadmin. Okay, so this is the pgadmin 4. You just have to click on this pgadmin 4 here. Okay, so it will take some time. And if you're not comfortable, or if you're not comfortable in this particular steps which I have mentioned, so there are many other videos available on YouTube how to install the pgadmin. You can go and follow those as well. Okay, or I will add one particular link in our my description of this video also, how to install the pgadmin. You can go ahead and watch that as well. Okay, so now it is taking some time to open the pgadmin, so let's wait. Okay, so when you open your pgadmin, so it will ask you an password, that is your master password, and this is this password is nothing but when you were doing the setup of this particular pgadmin, it has asked you the one password. That is the same password which we will be using here. So I will just enter my password, and I will just hit on OK. Okay, so you can see this is the UI for pgadmin, and at the left corner you can see there is a server over here. So you just have to drop down this. Okay, then it will ask you one more password, so the same password you have to enter again, the same password. Okay, so this is to access the servers on this particular pgadmin. So you can see there is a database, and if you collapse this particular arrow button, you can see there is a by default database has been created, that is Postgres. Okay, so now I will show you our dashboards first. Okay, so this is our dashboard. And before doing our pgadmin, so first thing which we have to do is a functional validation. Okay, so this is the Tableau dashboard. So I will tell you what does the functional validation means. Okay, so the functional validation is nothing but whatever you see in front of your dashboard, is this particular this particular HR analytics dashboards, if is this font correct as per our requirement document, if this font color is correct, if these chart types are correct. So this comes under functional. One more part comes is, you can see there is a one filter which I have used here. So whenever I'm operating these filters, the values or the data must change with respect to that particular filter. Okay, so let's say I want only to see the data for high school. So whenever I'm clicking on high school, you can see the data is changing with respect to high school. Similarly, I want it to only see the education for master's degree. So you can see this particular filter is functioning correctly. So yep, so this is one functional validation which we have done. So then there are some action filters which are there. So you can see this is the department wise attrition. So whenever I'm clicking on this particular department, you can see the charts are changing with respect to that. So these are some action filters. Similarly, when I'm clicking on this particular bar charts, that is education field, the chart is changing with respect to it. Okay, so whenever I'm clicking on gender as well, so you can see the chart is changing with respect to that, and we are getting different values. Okay, so this is the functional validation. All right, so I will not spend much time on functional validation because we are more focused on data validation by using SQL queries. So this is the overview of functional validation which I have just told you. So it is nothing but your dashboard should be functioning correctly by different filters. It should, the chart should be changing. If I click on this particular filter, and if you see that some of the charts are not changing with respect to this filter as per our requirement document, then you have to report this issue to your developer, and you have to ask him to fix this bug or fix this particular report. Okay, so in this way you have to act. Okay, the next thing what we have to do is, I will go back to my pgadmin. So now in this particular pgadmin, we don't have any database created, we don't have any data added into this particular database. So we will see how to add the data, and how to create the database. So this, if this is the report, so this report is prepared with respect to some data, right? So that data only we have to import in our pgadmin, so that we can fire the SQL queries and we can test our data. All right, or we can test our report. So now I am back to our pgadmin. So now what we will do, we will create a database first. So there are many ways to create a database. So I will just mention the simplest way to create our database. All right. So what you have to do here is, on PostgreSQL, you just have to right click here. Okay. Once you right click, you have to go in create and you have to click on database. Okay. So it is asking us the name. What should be the name of our database? So I will name it as HR database. Okay, because we are testing HR data, or HR analytics report. You can give any name. Okay, but it is very much relative, so I will make it as HR database. All other what we can say parameters, you don't have to touch it. So when you click on SQL, so what it does is it is creating that particular query automatically with respect to whatever we have mentioned over here, that is create database HR database. Okay, with owner, whatever, who is the owner of this particular database. So I will just come in general and I will just click on save. Okay, so you can see a HR database has been created. So when if you collapse this, there will be different options available over here. So after creating a database, the next thing what we have to do is we have to import our table. The table is nothing but the dashboard which you can see in this particular Tableau or Power BI. This is the Tableau and this is the Power BI dashboard. So the dashboard which is been created, it has been created with respect to some data. Okay, so we have used some data to create this particular dashboards, this as well as this dashboard. So I will show you which is the data which we have created. So and the same data which has been create used to create this dashboard, we will be using the same data to test our these reports using SQL queries. Okay, and the same table we have to import in our PG admin. So this is the table which is available for me and it is present in D drive. So I will just open this. So you can see this is the table which I have used. There are almost 15 columns are there and almost 1470 rows are there. So the what we will do is we will import this particular data into our PG admin. So now how to do that? Okay, I will go back to our PG admin. So once our database is created, there is one option called here as schema. So I will just drop down this schema, and when you go down there is an option called here as table. So I will just expand this, and currently you can see there is no table right now. So there are different ways to create the table. So I will show you how to create it using query. Okay, so I will just right click here and I will click on query tool. Okay, so this is when you click on this is the UI which will be opened where you can write the queries and you can fire the queries, and with respect to that you will get some results in this particular data output window. All right, so the query which we'll be using is I will show you that particular query. Okay, so I will be using this query, so I've just copied it over here. I will just reduce this for now. Okay, so you can see this is the query which we will be using a table, that is create table. This is the function which is used to create a table, that is create table. And this is the name of table. What should be the name of table? So for me, it should be HR data and open parenthesis. And you can see into our what we can say into our data. So these are the fields which are there into this particular data in this particular table. The same fields should be enter into our what we can say this particular query. So first is employee number. I have added it an employee number and I have added as in integer as an data type. Okay, so whatever you can see, first argument will be the name of that particular field which should be created. Then this is the data type of that field. It is nothing but integer 8. Integer 8 is nothing but up to 8 digits you can add that value for that particular field. And next is a primary key. Primary key is nothing but it should be a primary key into that table. It means that it should have a unique value for that particular what we can say column. Each row will have an unique value. There should be no duplicates. Okay, there should be no null present over there. Okay, that is what primary key means. The next is gender. Okay, the second column which you can see here is gender, which we are entering over here into our database. And the data type is character, that is nothing but varchar, and 50 is nothing but the length of that particular field or that particular value which we will be entering in gender. For example, you can see female is the gender. If you see male is of 4 characters, and which is within our particular length of character which we have specified, that is 50. And it should be not null. Okay, so not null is nothing but it is a constraint for us. Okay, primary key, not null, these are constraint for that particular column. Not null is nothing but it should be that particular column should not have any null value. Okay, you have to specify gender for that particular column. The next is marital status, that is nothing but varchar again. Then age band, again age is nothing but a numeric value, so I have added it as an integer. So in this way I have added all the columns, name of the column which we have in our data into here. And at last I have closed this parenthesis. Okay, next what you have to do is I will just increase that output window size and I will just run this query. Okay, so you can see the create table query has been successfully ran. or returned. And but now you can see in query the table is not visible here right now. So what you have to do is you have to just right click on table and you have to refresh this. Okay, once you refresh and when you take it down, you can see this particular HR data table has been created automatically. Okay, so now what I will do, I will just delete this query for because we have already created the table. The next is what I want to retrieve all the data from that particular new table which I have created, and let's see if there is any data into that table. So what I will hit is select star. Star is nothing but return everything, all the data from that particular table. Okay. From is the keyword. From where we have to determine, we have to take it from HR date. Okay. So this is the name of the table which we have entered. Okay. That is HR date. And I will just select this, or if you don't select this, or if you select this, doesn't matters, and you have to run it from here, or you can press F5. So as soon as I hit this, you can see the table structure is only there. Okay, you can see only structure is created, but there is no data into this particular table, right? So now how to add the data into this particular table, that is the challenge for us, and we can do that though, not nothing to worry on that. But you can see the employee number, which column which we have entered, there is a pk mentioned here. It is nothing but primary key. It is a primary key into this table, and the data type is also mentioned over here. Similarly, it is for gender, character varying is will be the data type. So in this way, each field will be entered and it will have the same data type over here. All right, or the data type which we have mentioned while creating our table. The next thing is what we have to import, or we have to add some data into this particular table. So how to do that? Okay, so to do that, what we will do, I will just right click on HR data. Okay, so this table we will right click on HR data, and there is option called import or export data. I will just click on this, and it is asking do you want to import or do you want to export? But we want to import, so I will just click on import. Then it will ask us to locate your file name. So this is an option here. So first you have to download this particular HR data file. I will mention the link for you to download in the description box. Download it, place it on desktop, or place it on a drive where you can go and find it easily. Okay, and it is a CSV file. Okay, it should be a CSV file when you are uploading, because you can see the format or the data type of this, the extension of this file should be CSV. So I will just go ahead and click on this, and from here you can locate that file where it is present. So for me it is present in D drive, and this is my file. So I will just select this and click on open. Okay, so you can see this is my file. Then the format should be CSV. Okay, you don't change anything here. Go in options. Okay, the next thing is whether your particular column have headers. So you have to check this box. Okay, make sure you have checked this box, that is header is there. Okay, we have some headers, because if you see our data, they have headers over here, right? Then headers is there. Then what is the delimiter? Delimiter is nothing but CSV files are in such a way that there is a delimiter there. Those are comma separated value file. Okay, CSV full form is comma separated value, so our delimiter will be comma, and nothing to change over here again. And you have to click on columns over here. Okay, so these are the columns which will be imported into our that particular table. Make sure these are the same columns which are there in this query which we have fired first to create a table. Okay, don't make any spelling mistake while creating this. Don't mention any spaces. If you want to add a space over here, make sure it is by using an underscore. Okay, so this is some thumb rules. I hope you know that. The next thing what you have to do is just click on OK. Okay, so it will take some time to complete this process, and you will get this message that process has been completed, and you just have to close this. Okay, and now I will just again run this query. Okay, and I will just run this query, and you can see my data has been populated over here, right? So that is, it has imported the data, and you can see there are 1470 rows are there. So whatever rows we had into our this particular sheet, so if you can see, when I click here, there are 1471 rows. But why it is 1471? Because it is calculating this header as well. But if you only check this particular rows, it will be 1470 itself. Okay, so now we have imported our data. So to import data, there is one more way how to import the data. If you are getting some error while doing this particular what we can say operation, by right clicking and importing, there is one more query, and I will show you that query. So I have this query over here. So this is the query. I will just show you. So this is the query, that is copy is the function from where you have to copy, and what is the name of that particular file. Okay, So the file name is nothing but this is your file name, that is HR data. From where you have to copy, from where is nothing but this is the path. Okay, that is D drive and the name of the file. Okay, then delimiter is nothing but what is the delimiter means is it a comma separated? Yes, so we have to give in single quotes a comma. See, extension is CSV, and if it has headers, you just have to write your header and you have to run this query. I will not run this query because we have already imported our data. And if you are getting any error while doing this function, that is import export data by using this way, you can go ahead and run this as well. Okay, and it automatically your data will be imported over here. So I will just delete this for now, and you can see this is our data which has been imported. So now next we will start testing our Tableau and Power BI reports. So I will show you first the Tableau report and what we have to test over here. So here you can see at the top, these are the KPIs which we want to test first. So what is the employee count, attrition rate, active employees, and average age. And with respect to filters, okay, by using these filters, if you can see I operate some filters. Okay, with respect to that, these values are changed. These also we have to test with our SQL. So with respect to department also, whenever I'm clicking on this particular department, the values are changing. With respect to education field also, these values are changing. So with respect to these filters, if we are getting the correct value in HR, this particular report, we have to test that. And similarly, I will show you the Power BI report as well. So this is the Power BI report. The same KPIs we are using here, same value are there with respect to whatever it is there in the Tableau report. And whenever I'm using these filters, okay, with respect to that, these values are changing. Similarly, when I'm using this filter, these are changing. So we have to change, or we have to, test this in what we can say SQL. So what I will do is I will just first focus on this particular report because all the values are same which are there here. Same values are there in Power BI. So what I can do is I will just first go into this sheet. Okay, so this is the sheet where these values or KPI values are being developed. So first is what employee count. Okay, on the employee count, how we have to find out how it is calculated. Okay, so employee count is nothing but you can see this is the value from where this employee count comes. That is sum of employee count. So there is a field called here employee count. So we have just taken a sum of this particular and we have got this value there. Same we have to follow the approach in SQL as well. So we will go in our this particular PG admin and I will write a query and I will explain you once I will run this query. Select sum of, we will be using same sum of employee count. Okay. So make sure you are writing this field name same whichever it is there or with in our what we can say database. You can see employee count, the same field should be written over here. And from where we want the name of our table is HR data. Okay, so this is our query. I will just select this query. Okay, select just entire query and just hit run, because if you are hitting run right now, it will give an error because it will try to run these both queries. So just select this query and then run this. Okay, so you can see we have got the value as 1470. Okay, which is exactly matching with this value which is in the Tableau report, and same value is available in Power BI as well. Okay, so the first value we have got which is matching with respect to that. Now we will go into our dashboard and let's see, we want it to be displayed only for high school. Okay, so now you can see I've applied one filter over here, high school. The same filter now we have to apply in our PG admin as well. So how to do that? So in this query further what we will write, so in PG admin, if you want to give any condition, any filter condition, we have to use where clause. Okay, so very important clause, that is where clause. So where clause, what does where clause does is it will see the filter condition row by row in that particular table and it will return us the result. Okay, so now what we want is education is what, high school. So in our case education is what the field name is education, and it should be what is equal to, and it is a hard coded value, so what we have to write it in single quotes and we will name it as high school. Okay, so we want it for high school and we will run this query. Okay, so you can see for high school, if we are applying a filter for high school, it is giving us 170. The same count we are getting here as 170. Okay, so in this way we have validated this as well. Now what we will do, I will just hit this query. You can go and validate it for others as well. You will get the same value. I will not waste much time on this. Okay, you can see for associate's degree, for bachelor's degree, just make sure that whatever the spells here you are using, it is used here same, make sure that you are typing same here into this particular single quotes. Okay, so that you have to take care, otherwise it will give an error. Next thing what we will do, when I'm clicking on this particular department, right? So let's say I'm clicking on sales department. You can see in tooltip the department name is sales. Okay. So when I'm clicking on this particular department, this value has been filtered, which is 446. Now I will add one more filter over here. So what I will do, I don't want to run this condition. So what I will do, I will just comment it out. I will just put two dashes over here. This is nothing but it will comment out and it will not run this query. Okay. And I will add one more where condition over here, that is where my department. Okay, so for me the department, in if I run this query, you can see the name of department here is this particular, the same name you have to type over here, where department is equal to what, it should be in single inverted comma sales. Okay, so sales same name should be applied over here as well. Okay, and now we want to see sum of employee when the filter is for department is equal to sales. So I will just run this query and you can see it is 446, and when I see in Tableau also it is 446, right? So you can see similarly you can see it for R&D. Okay, now my department is R&D. I will change this department to R&D. R&D. Okay, and I will run this query. So you can see it is 961, and here also you are getting 961. So whatever we are showing in Tableau report as per our filters and whatever the data, it is showing correct because we are running the same, or we are validating it with respect to SQL queries. Okay, so these queries are important. All right. So now don't delete this query immediately because we have to prepare some test document as well. Okay, so what you can do is you can go ahead and paste this query somewhere. Okay, prepare some like this document. Okay, so like for employee count you are using this query, for attrition count you are using this query. So make a document in such a way, and which will help you, to create a test document later. So just copy that query, paste it over here, so it will be saved somewhere. Okay, and if you want, I will add this document in description box. You can go ahead and download this and you can use it for your purpose as well. So all queries are mentioned over here. You can use these queries, if you are getting any error, you can use these queries and go ahead and run it over here. All right. So now let's go to our Tableau report back. So now what we will do, we will try to run it. I will just deselect this and we will try to run it for education field. Okay, so let us run it for medical. Okay, so I have clicked on medical and you can see values have changed again. Now we will again fire our SQL query. So for now I will just comment it out. We don't want to run this query. So whenever you're commenting this out, this is nothing but whenever you're using this particular two keywords, those are nothing but dash, two time dash, this particular will be not included into your query. Okay, so now we will be using another where condition, where education field. Okay, so where education field, so this is our column name into our database. Okay, so where education field is what, medical, it should be medical. Okay, so now for medical, let's see what is the data. Okay, so you can see there is something wrong, so I have misspelled this. Okay, so you have to correct this, the education spelling is wrong, so it's education. All right, so now let's run it. So you can get, you see you have got the query as 464. Okay, so you can see the value is 464, which is correct. All right, and if you have noticed one thing here is that you can see the name of the column which is returning into this query, it is sum. Okay, if you want to change this name and you have to give as alias. Okay, you have to write as, and alias is nothing but for temporary, for output purpose you have to change the name of this column. Okay, so whatever it is there here, that is sum, it is giving us an output as sum and it is giving us the value. So for output purpose we will change, for temporary purpose or for, yeah, temporary purpose we will change the name of this particular column. We want it as what, employee count, or we will just name it as or we will name it as employee count itself. Make sure it is underscore. Okay, and now let's run this. You can see this column will be changed. Okay, you can see this is the employee count, right? So now most of the time what we have to do is whenever we are creating a test document, we have to take screenshot of this particular output. Okay, because your client or your manager or your developer may ask you that you have ran the query, show me the output. Okay, so you don't have to go back again, run the query. You can just take a screenshot of this particular query from here. Okay, so from here to here, you can take this particular screenshot, you can save it somewhere, you can add it in your test document as well to show whenever there is some questions are asked, like whether you have done the testing correctly or not. At that time, you can show them this particular screenshot, which is will be there in the test document as well. All right. So this was the first where we have tested this, and as I've told you, copy this, paste it somewhere. All right. Now I will just delete this, and we will go ahead to our next query. Okay. The second one, if you, I will just deselect this, and you can see we have to find out the attrition count. Okay. So now we have to see what calculation we have used in Tableau for this. Okay. So I will just go into this sheet, and this is our attrition count, and you can see this is the attrition count, that is sum of attrition count. So let's find that field here. So this is what attrition count, and just let's see what calculation we are using here. So what this calculation is saying, that we want to find attrition. If attrition is yes, then 1 else 0, and then we have taken the sum of this 1. Okay. If attrition is yes, then 1. Okay. And we want it to be 1 only, because sum of all the zeros will be again 0 only. So we want it for sum of 1. So we will write this query in such a way that in our PG admin, that it will give us the correct result. So let's move back to our PG admin. So I will write a query in such a way that select. So instead of sum, I will write here count. Okay. I will write as count of attrition. So name of our column is attrition. See, we want count of attrition from HR data. Okay. So if I run only this query, so you can see I will get entire count of this particular attrition, that is 1470. It is nothing but a total number of rows present in our database. But what condition we have applied over in this particular calculation, if you can see, if it should be S. Okay. So now we will change our query in such a way that it should be yes. So we have to apply a filter, that is by using where condition attrition. It should be what? So make sure you are writing it correctly. The spelling, it should be equal to yes. Okay. So Y is capital and S. Okay. Now run this query. And when you run this query, it is filtering out those attrition. Give me only those attrition where attrition is S. And whenever it is yes, give me the count of this particular attrition. Okay. So we have some modified some query. We have not used sum here. We are using count, but the meaning is one and the same. So in this way, we are getting our attrition count. And you can see if you match it with our Tableau, you can see it is 237. And when we go back to our dashboard, and let's say you want to see it for some other, what we can say, some filter, let's say for doctoral degree. Okay, so attrition count is 5. So let's see if it is, we are getting here 5. Now, here what we have to do is we have to keep this where condition also. Okay, and we have to, this is one condition, we have to add one more condition here. So in that case, both the conditions should be required. In that case, we have to use and. Okay, so we want this also, and we want one more condition, that is what? That is education should be what? Education should be equal to what? Doctoral degree. Okay, mentioned it as doctoral degree. And now we will run this. So you can see you have got 5. All right. So in this way, we are testing this. That is for doctoral degree, it will be 5. So I will just click on all now. And now let's say we will find it for R&D. Okay. So when I'm clicking on R&D, you can see it is 133. So instead of education, we are removing this. I will remove this, and we will write here as department, as the department should be sales. Oh, sorry, R&D. Okay. So it should be capital, because whatever it is there on double quotes, it will be a case sensitive. Okay. And you will run this, you will getting result as 133, and same result we are getting here. Similarly, you can try it for the education field as well. I will not waste much time on that. Okay, so let's say what you have to do is you have to find, you have to see it for department as R&D, and in that particular R&D you have to see it for this particular what we can say for medical. Okay, so now we have applied two filters. One is R&D and one is education field as medical. So in that case, R&D should also look right, and we will add one more filter over here, that is education field is what? Education field must be equal to medical. So we are applying multiple in different scenarios. You have to test our reports. Okay. So there will be multiple scenarios. When you run this, you will get 47, and we are getting the correct answer over there. We are getting the exact match to our record. All right. So in this way, you have to add or you have to work on our data. So let's say we are adding one more filter here. Let's say we have want it to seen for only high school. Okay. So now in this everything for high school and in for R&D and in that for medical. Okay. So we have applied one filter that is for high school. Next filter we have applied for R&D, and next is for medical. So we are getting attrition count as 9. So we will need to add one more filter over here. That is, it should be satisfying all the conditions. We have to use and operator. Make sure. Okay. I hope you are understanding this. And what we, that is education is high school. That is education is, that is field name is high school. Okay, so now let's run this. Select this and run this. So you can see we are getting 9 as an output. Same we are getting here 9. Okay, so in this way you have to test the scenarios with multiple filters, because these filters will be operated by your client. Okay, so now let's clear these filters. Okay, so in this way, you have tested our second KPI as well. Similar way, we will be testing our third KPI, fourth and fifth KPI. But in this case, I will not add, or I will not spend much time on adding these filters. You can try those filters by yourself. Okay. Now next is what? Attrition count. So let's go in our sheet. Okay. So we'll go in our sheet, and this is our attrition count. So let's see how it is calculated. So here is the attrition count calculation, and we will edit this. Sorry, attrition rate. So you can see the attrition rate is nothing but the division of attrition count, uh, uh, division of attrition count divided by sum of employees. Its calculation is attrition count divided by sum of employee count. So now this is something we have to write in our SQL. So now how to do that? Let's see. Okay, so I will just delete this. So I will write first my query and I will explain you. So first I will write select statement. We want to retrieve the data. So select, it should be what? Division of attrition count. So we have to find out the attrition first. But to find out the attrition, I will write one more select statement here. Okay. Select count of attrition, which we have written before, that is attrition. Same query we will write here, count of attrition from HR data, where attrition, it should be what? Attrition count is when attrition is equal to yes. Okay. We have written this query before only. Same query we will be using here, attrition, and we want this to be divided by what? I will write it down. It should be divided by sum of employee count. So sum of employee underscore count. Okay. All right. So, and we want, so for this select statement, we are taking this from HR data. So for this also we have need to write from where? From HR data. So let's see if it is running. Okay, so we are getting 0.66, 0.1612. Okay, so 0.1612, but we want it in percentage. So to convert this into percentage, we have to multiply it by what? 100. All right. So now to multiply this by 100, so what I will do, I would add one more bracket over here and one more bracket over here. Okay, means what? This entire thing is in one, what we can say, one parenthesis, and we will multiply this by 100. Okay, now we will run this query. So you can see 16.122 is the value which we are getting, 16.12. All right. So I will explain you how I have written this query. What is the logic behind this particular formula is, it is what? Attrition rate divided by sum of employee. But how to find attrition rate? If you want to find attrition rate, we have to write one more select statement. So if see, if I run only this much query, okay. So I've selected only this query, and when I run this, you can see I'm getting 237 as an output. Okay. So from here we are getting 237 as an output divided by what? Sum of employees. Sum of employees is nothing but 1470, right? And we are multiplying it by 100. Getting or not? So this is one more query which is giving us an output as 237, and when we run the entire query, we are getting it as 16.12. All right. So now one more thing over here. So we are getting here number of decimal points. We want only for 2 decimal points. So whenever you need it to be for only 2 decimal points, you have to use a round function. Okay, so round function, what does it do? It converts this particular entire numeric value up to 0 decimal points or 1 decimal points, whichever we specify. Okay. So what, for this, what we will do, we will write round function, but it should be written outside the bracket. So I will write as round. Okay. And for round function, I will enter one bracket over here. Okay. So this is one bracket, and this is the value which we want to round it. So I will mention over here comma, and you want to round it to how many figures? I want it to be 2 figures, and I will end this bracket. Okay. So this bracket has been ended, and I will run this query. So you can see we are getting value as 16.12. All right. So this is the value which we want to show from our reports. That is 16.12 is our value which is giving us the correct. All right. So now let's go back to our dashboard. And if you want to say, let's say you want to see it for department R&D. Okay. Now what we will do, we'll add one more filter condition here, which is department should be what? Department should be what? Sales. Okay. Yeah. So we are looking for sales. And when I run this query, okay, so we are getting the value as, oh, oops, okay, so department should be sales. Okay, so department should be sales here. Okay, so this is for outside query sales, but we have to also enter here also. Why? Because this is giving us 237, but here also there should be department, na? So what we have to write here, and here also we have to enter this, that is department is equal to sales. So we will make it control C and we will paste it here. Department is equal to sales, and we will run this query. So you can see we are getting 20.63. See why I have done this, because see whenever I am running only this much query, for that is attrition is yes and department is equal to sales. When I run this query, you will get the count as 92. That is, this is the 92 count we should get here, and that we have to divide it by total employees. That is nothing but 446. So to get 446, we have written this as for external query, and for internal query also we have passed one department is equal to sales. Okay. So that is the reason we have entered two times department. One is for attrition and one is for count of employees. Okay. So in the same way, if you want to test it for different scenarios, let's say you want to mention it for education field, make sure you are writing education field over here as well and outside as well. Okay. So this is for attrition rate. We have calculated this. Okay, so we will now test the next KPI. So let's see what is the next KPI. We will go into this sheet again. And the next KPI which we want to test is the active employee. So let's see what is the formula for this active employee. And this is the formula. So active employee is nothing sum of employee count minus sum of the attrition count. Okay, so we have to take the subtraction of these two particular things. So what we will do is we will verify our queries. I will just delete this now. Okay, so I will write a query, select, okay. So we want sum of employees. So I will just take sum of employee count underscore count. Okay, and we want to subtract this from the attrition rate. Okay, so for attrition, when we want to read, like, take the attrition, we have to write one more select statement, because we have to take apply a where condition there as well. So select uh, attrition, count of attrition. So select count of attrition from HR data, where attrition is equal to S. Okay, because we want attrition is equal to S. And for this particular, we want again one more from statement for HR data. Okay, and when we run this, you can see we are getting our count as 1233. Okay, so this is the one which we needed. All right, and when we see with respect to different filters, now we will add gender filter over here. We will try to see with respect, let's say for male. Okay, so when I click on male, the active employees are 732. So I will just add a condition over here, and remember that whenever you are applying a condition here, so let's say where gender is equal to male. Okay, and when I run this, you can see you will get something different results. Okay, so we are getting as a null over here. Okay, so why this is, because we can see here. So let's see first what is the male looks like. So male, so here we need it as capital M, right? So if we can see in our database, M is capital. So when I run this, So you can see we got the number as 645, but here you can see it is 732. So why? Because we had to add this particular where field or where clause here as well into this particular statement. Because if we can see, if you run this test statement, you're getting as 237, but when we select male, it is 150, right? So for this to get 150, I will write one more clause here as where one where is already written. So we'll just add and gender is equal to male. Okay, so now let's run this query and you can see we are getting the value as 732, which is the correct value. And when I run this particular query, the output of this query will be, you can see it is 150, which is this value. Okay, so in this way you have to work with different filters. Okay, so this was our fourth KPI. Let's go ahead and calculate the average age. The average age calculation is nothing but we are taking average of age field. So this is very straightforward. So we will just take average of age. Okay, I will take here average of age from HR data. Okay, and I will just run this query. So let's run this query. So you can see we are getting 36.92 as an age, but we want a round figure which should be converted to 37. So again we will use a round function over here. So I will take a round. Okay, and I will add a parenthesis over here. So age is this 36.92 something values, and we want that particular to be converted to, or we want it to a perfect integer value. So I will just mention here 0 because we don't want any decimal point value after that. So I will just run this query and you can see I've got 37 as an age. Okay, and if you want to change this particular field name of this column, you will add here as average underscore age. Okay, and when you run this query, you can see the value, the name of this column is average age 37. And again, I told you to maintain the document, you will take the screenshot of this particular, just delete this. Okay, take screenshot of this particular data and you will get the value with respect to that. Okay, so this is how we did for this particular KPIs. So now we will test our next chart. Now we will start testing our chart. So this is our first one, which is the attrition by gender. Okay, so now we will be testing attrition by the gender. So I will just delete this and we are going to test what? Attrition by gender. Okay, so to test attrition by gender, what we will do here. So we have the attrition by gender is nothing but when we go and see this chart, we have taken gender, okay, and we are showing the sum of attrition over there. And attrition, we know how to calculate the attrition. So what we will do is we'll select, we want gender, okay, we want gender to be shown and attrition, okay. So we want count of attrition, okay. So we want count of attrition from HR data, okay, and we want condition as, because we are showing attrition, so we need to mention that attrition should be yes, okay, because whenever we are taking count of attrition, it should be yes. Okay, attrition is equal to s. All right, attrition is s. And see, always remember, whenever we are taking any dimension or any field and we are taking one aggregation with respect to any field, other field, and when these are in combination in SQL, always remember we have to use group by clause, okay? Because count of attrition is an aggregated function and it should be, aggregation is nothing but collective or collection of different numbers, but it should be collected on where? It should be collected on gender. And aggregation is nothing but grouping. So we have to use group by clause over here. Always remember, whenever there is an aggregation with respect to one dimension or any field, you have to use a group by clause. And whatever we have called here, the same should be written over here, that is gender. Okay. And group by gender, and we will just run this. So you can see we are getting our output as, you can see for female it is 87, right? For female it is 87 and for male it is 150. Okay, so we have got this particular what we can say answer. So if you want, let's say you want that male should be at first row and female should be at second row, so in that case you can use order by clause. Okay, order by clause, and order by, it should be on what? On count. Okay, you want this count to be at descending order, it should be in descending order. So by default, if you are running this, you will get the same output. Okay, because by default, whenever you are not writing anything with order by in front of that, whether it is descending or what, By default it will be ascending, but if you want it to be descending, you have to mention your descending clause, that is DESC. This is nothing but a descending. And when we run this, you can see 150 at top and 87 at below, the same way which we are mentioning over here, that is male and female. And once again, if you want to see it for, let's say, for only high school, for high school it is 10 and 11, and we will add one more clause over here. And always remember, whenever you are using this type of statements, so group by and order by, so the execution of queries in such a way that first where clause will be executed, then group by will be executed, and then order by will get executed. All right. So if there is a having clause over here, the execution will be first where clause, then group by, and then having clause. So these questions are asked for you in the interview. Like, what is the execution sequence of the query? First is where, then is group by, and then is having clause. Okay. So one more and statement we will add here, that is filter, which is education should be, okay, it should be high school. Okay, and when we run this, okay, so count of attrition, select gender. Okay, 1 second. So this is working. So education is high school. Okay. All right. So this is working now. You can see uh, I have not selected the entire query. I have just selected it for here until here, and I've ran this. So it was giving me an error. So I'm just selecting all the query. And now you can see it is giving the male as 20 and female as 11. So you can try it for other filters as well. If you're adding one more filter, you just have to add one more filter, like let's say department. So in this way, you will be adding over here the filter. All right. So this was for this particular chart. Now we will next move ahead with department wise attrition. Okay. So we will just change this, and it is now what, department wise attrition. If you go in this chart, so it is actually a pie chart where what we are showing here is the values you can see here. These are the values which is nothing but the attrition count, and the percentage you can see here, it is the percentage of total of all the attritions. Okay, so out of all attritions, you I mean to say that uh, R&D have how many attrition percentage, sales have and how many percentage of attrition, so that we have to determine. So first what we will just find these numbers, and we'll go and find out this percentage. All right, so we write a query in such a way that select, we want department. Okay, and because it is a department wise attrition, so we will see the department, and we want count of attrition here. Okay, so this is count of attrition, and we want it from HR data. Okay, where always when we are counting attrition should be yes. All right, and we have to group by it by department, because as I told you in last query, whenever you are using aggregation, you have to group it. Okay, you can see we are getting HR data, sales and R&D, that is 13392 and 11, and you can see 13392 and 11 are with respect to R&D. If you can see, it is 133. Again, if you want it in descending order, I will just copy this, Control C, Control V, and we will make it as descending order. Okay, so you can see we will get an output as, so order by, the order by clause. So we will order it by this, and you can see we are getting in descending order 13392 and 11. The next task is to show the percentage over here. Okay, so now percentage is nothing but those are percentage of total. So how we calculate the percentage of total here? So percentage of total is nothing but, let's say we want to calculate percentage of this. So it is nothing but it will be 92 divided by the total attrition. That is what, 237. Okay. Similarly, 12 divided by 37. Similarly, 133 divided by 237. This will give us the percentage wise, department wise attrition. So now we have to divide it something, right? So now one more, we want one more column over here. So that is comma. I will just write it over here. So I will, we want division, right? So division of what? Again, we will take count of attrition, because we want it to be attrition divided by total attrition. Okay, so first we will take attrition. Okay, and we want it to divide it by total attrition. Okay, so for total attrition, what we will do, we have to write one more clause over here, that is select count of attrition. Okay, select count of attrition where first it should be from HR data where attrition is equal to again S. Okay, and we will try to run this query. Okay, you can see we are getting value right now as 0 because we have not converted it into percentage yet. Okay, because we have to multiply it by 100. What we have done is we have taken the count of attrition, and for this count of attrition it will take this as yes because it is working on this select statement, and we have wrote divided it by, we have written one more select statement. If you only run this much query, you can see you will get 237. Okay, so each time we will be dividing it by 237. Okay, and now what we have to do, and in this case it will be taking as department wise attrition, so this will give us department wise attrition, that is for sales and likewise. Okay, so now we'll again run this query. Now next thing, what is, we want a perfect value over here. So what we will do, I will just add a brackets over here and I will multiply this by 100. Okay, because we want to determine percentage, so we have to multiply that particular to 100. So when I'm multiplying, still we are not getting this value over here. So the reason behind this is we have to convert this particular data type. So now it is big integer, we will convert it into numeric data type. So to do that, what I will do, I will make this as cast. Okay, so cast is nothing but we are converting this particular data type by to something other, right? So I will cast it as numeric. Okay, I will make it as numeric, and I will just take it to second one, and I will just run this query. Okay, so it is throwing us an error that there is an error near this cast as numeric. Okay, so let's check the brackets. Okay, so what we have to do is this bracket is actually for this multiplied by 100. So what we have to do is we have to just control X and it should be inside this bracket. Okay, so because, okay, one second, it should be inside the bracket because this cast should work only for this particular bracket. All right, now let's run this. And if you can see, yeah, so we have got the percentage as 56.11, 38.81, and 5.06. The next thing what we have to do is if I go back and check our dashboard over here, so it is up to 2 decimal points. The values are correct. So if you see for R&D, it is 56.11. Here it is 56.12. So now next thing what we have to do is just we have to, round this particular calculation. So for round, what we will do, so we have to round this entire calculation. So round we will write outside this brackets. I will just name it as round, and I will add one bracket over here. And after this particular calculation, when it gives us the value, it should be rounded at to 2, right? So it will be 2 over here. Okay, 1 second. So it will be 2, and I will just close this bracket and I will run this value, and you can see we are getting this particular value, and you can see this particular column has been given as round. So if you want to change the name of this, as you can just mention it as, and we will name it as PCT. PCT is nothing but percentage of total, and it is a temporary name which we are giving, an alias name. Okay, and when we run this query, you can see the percentage of total we are getting, and the values are matching with respect to what we have here. Again, let's say we want to see it for female. Okay, so now for female, if you want to check, and so we have to put here as gender is equal to female, so it should be female. Okay, and let's see if it is giving us the correct result. Okay, so now it is giving us there's some different results are there. Why? So 43, 38, and 6, this is correct, but the percentage are showing different. Why? Because we have written one more statement over here, and here also it should be what, and gender is equal to what, female, because in this also we are need to convert our values to, or attrition values with respect to female. Now when we run this, so you will get our 49.43, 43.68, and 6.90. All right, so in this way you have to work on your queries. Any filter which you will add other than this here, you have to add it over here also, right? That attrition, gender, whatever your filter is adding over here, you have to add it over in this particular clause as well. All right, I hope this, now we are moving up to some advanced level sequels, but I hope you are understanding, because this is very important. And cast function is very important. Cast function is used to change the data type of this particular, right? So first initial the data type was float. Okay, so when we ran this, it was giving us zero value because it was float. Now we have converted to a perfect numeric value, or it was giving us a big integer, we have converted it to numeric value, which started giving us the what we can say the fractional values as well. All right, so we will test our next chart, and the next chart is number of employees by age group. So I will just open this particular thing. So this is nothing but these are actually bins, all right. And so this is something hard to test, but we will see how we can test this. So what we can do is I will just show this parameter and I will make it as one. Okay, so we will test it for single only, and if it is correct for single, it will be obviously correct for the other bins as well. So we will test it for single bin, and we will just change this font. The font of this is not visible, so I will just format this somewhat, and we will change this to black. Okay, and this as well, we will just format this axis as well, and I will change this to black. All right, so now we will have we will test this particular report. So for this, what we will do, I will just delete this, and I will write that statement select. I will choose age, and here we are showing sum of employee count, we are not showing the attrition. So we will take here sum of employee count. Okay, sum of employee count from HR data. All right, and we will group by. Okay, so always remember you have to group by when we are using anything with respect to aggregation. Group by age, and we will also order by age. Okay, and just we will try to run this query. So if you can see, we are getting for 18 age, it is there are 8 records. Okay, so just let's see what's wrong here. So first we will go into our dashboard, and here we have selected the female, so just deselect this first. Okay, so female filter was applied. Now again we will go back to here, and we can see for 18 it is 8. All right, so for 18 it is 8, for 19 it is 9, and similarly you can check the others as well. So if you go down, and for 60 it is again 5, and for 44 it is uh, 32. So in this way we can test our this particular chart. All right, so this was for this chart, and if you obviously if you want to test it for, let's say, different departments. So if let's say we are changing testing it for a department as R&D, so you have to add a where clause here. Okay, where where department is equal to R&D. Okay, and when I run this, you will get a particular values with respect to that department. Like for 5, for 18 it is 5, then again for 19 it is you, right? So in this way we will getting our values. All right. Now next what we will do, I will test these two, but I will take this at last because it looks something complicated, but we will do that. So now we will go ahead and we will test this particular, that is education field wise attrition. Okay, so we'll go into this chart, and if you can see, it is nothing but we are taking education field and we are showing it with respect to chart, that is attrition count. So it is also simple. So we will just write the query here as select. We want here education. All right, and we want here it is education field actually. Okay, it's education field. Then we want count of attrition because we are calculating here attrition. Okay, attrition, and always remember when we are using attrition, we need to mention attrition is equal to yes, because for attrition count we are taking attrition as yes, and we will group by education field. Okay, so this is important, group by education field, and we'll order by count of attrition because we want in descending order, and we will mention it as descending, and I will try to run this query. Okay, so select education field. These are we want from HR data. We want it to be retrieved from HR data. We will run this. So you can see we are getting these values as 89, 63, 35, 32, 11, and 7. Same values we are getting. Again, if you want to see it for a department, let's say, okay, we want it to be seen for department sales. Okay, and let's run this. So you can see for sales department, when I choose this sales, the values are 35, 29, 14, 10, and 4. 35, 29, 14, 10, and 4. So we are validated this chart as well. Okay, the next one is attrition by rate. for different age groups. So when I choose this particular chart, you can see we have taken each band, okay, and we have divided with respect. You can see here there are gender, and what we are taking attrition count itself. So what we will do to this particular, again we will I will just modify this query itself. Okay, so here instead of education, we want here age band. Okay, and we want here gender as well. Okay, because we want to distribute it by gender as well from HR data, and we will remove the sales. We will do it later. Okay, and we will Control C and Control V. Okay, we want to order it by yes. Here as well. We will order it. Okay, by this only, and we will run this. Okay, so we are getting these values over here, right? So we have to just match it with respect to this. Okay, so now first, if you see here, the age band here is for 25 to 34. If you can see for this age band, the value are 69 and 43. So you can see values are for 25 to 34, the values are 22. So your values are showing different because this filter has been applied. So we just have to remove this filter first. So yeah, now the values are 69 and 43. For 35 to 44, the values are 14 and 37. That is 14 for female, because you can see this is male. That is this purple color is for male, and the orange one is for female. So orange female, there are 14 and 37. Similarly, you can check other as well. But with respect to that, we also want to show the percentage over here, right? So the same way the percentage we determine for gender, we will be determining the percentage here as well. So I will just press 2 times enter here, and we will be using comma. And similar way we have to calculate the percentage, because percentage we are calculating it with respect to the total, that is attrition divided by the total attrition. So we need to here count of attrition again. Okay, so count of attrition, and we want to divide it by again with respect to the total count, that is select count of attrition. I'll just copy this, Control C, Control V, from HR data, where okay, so where attrition should be equal to yes. Okay, so again when we run this particular query, you can see we will get a zero value over here, right? So again what we have to do, first we have to multiply it by 100, and we have to cast this. Okay, so first we will cast it. Okay, I will cast this. Cast means nothing but we have to change the data type, right? So the data type of this should be changed. Okay, we have to convert it into numeric. So we have to cast this particular value as the numeric. Okay, the numeric is nothing but a data type. Okay, so I will just take this on second row as well. So we have casted this as numeric, and we will take a bracket outside again, here as well one bracket, and we will multiply this by 100. Okay, and just now run this query. So you can see we have got the values, that is for 25 to 44. The value is 18.14. Okay, so for 25 to 34, value is 18.14, and for male it is 29.11. Similarly, you can check for other, the values will be matching. Let's say we will check it for this particular under 25. The value is 18 and 20, and the percentage is 7.59 and 8.44. All right. So again, if you want to convert it into round, so what we will do, we will use a round function over here. We will add one more bracket over here, and after this we will name it as comma for 2 decimal points, and this particular all the column should be given as name as percentage of total. Okay, and we will try to run this particular query. So you can see the name has been changed, and the value are converted to 2 decimal points. Okay, so in this way we have tested this particular chart as well. So now we will test our next and last chart into our report, that is a job satisfaction rating. And if you closely observe this chart, it is a table actually, where we are taking showing role in vertical, and that is in and job satisfaction columns, that is satisfaction rating maybe 1 2 3 4. I mean total number of employees are giving particular ratings, right? So if you can see particular chart, we are taking sum of employees. We are not taking the attrition count over here, right? So now to test this, what we do here is write a query over here, and this is the query which we will be using. And we are using a cross tab function here. Cross tab is nothing but in SQL, in PostgreSQL, it will pivot the what we can say the table, and it is actually a table function. And we are writing a select query into this with respect to what we want in row and what we want in columns. and what should be it counting, and with respect to that we are using group by and order by. And this total query we will be mentioning it as an the outside query for select, that is with respect to city is nothing for cross tab, it is and alias or the function which we are taking over here. And when we run this particular query, you can see we are getting this particular values. Okay, so you might be getting an error whenever you are running this particular function, and this error is nothing but you will be getting an error that the cross tab function is not available. Okay, so to avoid that, okay, so to avoid that particular error, you what you have to do is you have to run this particular function first. Okay, you have to run this query first. Okay, run this particular query. I will give you the document for this. You can copy that and you can run this query first. Okay, so now it says that it already exists, right? The table function is already exist for you. It will, when you run this, it will say that yeah, now the table function is available, and then you can go ahead and run this particular query. Okay, and then it will give us the output over here. And if you compare this output with respect to our, you can say for healthcare it is 26, 19, 43, and 43. Similarly, for it is for 1, 2, 3, 4 job ratings. Okay, so in this way we have tested our reports. The same reports are available in Power BI itself. Everything is same. Only just the thing is like this particular chart is different with respect to Tableau. So for this particular chart also, I will show you how to create a query for this. So in this chart, what we are showing here is we are showing the with respect to age band total number of employees, right? We are showing number of employees. We are not showing the attrition over here. So we can see in this particular visualization, we are showing sum of employee count, right? You can see here sum of employee count and age band and with respect to gender. So similar simple thing what we will do here, we'll use an age band, comma, we will be using a gender, comma, and we want a sum of employee. Sum of employee underscore count from HR data. All right, and we have to group by. Okay, because whenever we are using aggregation, we have to group by with whatever we have taken over here. I will group by with this, and also I will order by this particular value, and we'll order it by descending order. Okay, and I will run this particular query. So you can see we are getting these particular values, like let's say for 25.25 to 34 age group. So for 25 to 34 age group, we are getting the value as 337 and 217 for male and female. Similarly, you can check for other as well. And if you want, you can check for different filters as well. Okay, so this was an extra chart which is different in Power BI other from Tableau. All right. So for this also we have tested. So now we have completed our data validation. All the reports are successful. All have everything has been passed. All right. The next thing what we have to do is we have to create an document that is a test document. So I will show you how a test document looks like. So I will just open a test document which I have already created. So this is the test document which you have created, and here it shows the client name as data tutorials, then the report name, who is the developer for this particular report, and for that particular Tableau reports, who is the tester name, that you will be the name tester name, who is the project manager, and what is the tool we are using here is the Tableau text hub, right? And then we have a test number, sheet name, query, test result, and query mark. So first we have checked for employee count. What query we have used here? We have used this query. When what was the test result, whether it has passed or failed. Okay, so it was passed. And what was the query mark? So we have got the exact match to whatever record we have, right? So in this way we have added each every point over here, how you will be testing the report and what query you have used, right? And what was the result of that particular outcome. All right, last you have to apply the test results. So total we have did 12 11 test results. Out of 11, all they have been passed. 0 failed, 0 blocked, and 0 not executed. Blocked is nothing but whenever you are doing a testing, some of the development is still in progress, so you cannot work on those particular testing, right? So it will be blocked for you. And not executed is nothing but you are not finding the solution, or it is not executing correctly, it is pending yet. So that is for that particular not execution. Okay, so this was all about these things, and I will add this particular test document for both Power BI and Tableau in description box. You can go ahead and download. You can use it in your resume as well, in your portfolio as well. And this test document you will send to your manager, to your developer, to your QA developer, senior developers, or your client. where they will come to know that yeah, this report has been tested and it is ready to use in production. All right. So in this way, we test our Tableau and Power BI reports. So this is was just one report. So and we had, fortunately we have only one column, but there will be multiple columns where you have to use joins. So I will create one more video where you have to use some join clauses over there. All right. So I hope you have liked this particular video. If you have learned something from this video, you can go ahead and like this particular video, subscribe my channel, and turn on the notification bell so that you can get a notification whenever I'm adding this particular videos. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So in today's video, we will see the design and development of this beautiful dashboard in Microsoft Excel. All right. And the data for you to practice, I will put the link in the description box of this video from where you can download and you can practice in your system. All right. So you can see this dashboard, it's completely interactive and dynamic because I have used some of the filters or slicers, we can say, by which this dashboard will be operated. All right. So you can see in this dashboard, if I operate with respect to this particular slicers, like for gender, you can see this is completely dynamic. All right. And I have used some extra filters as well. And if I'm operating this, you can see the data is changing with respect to that education field, and we can, take a insight from this particular dashboard, or HR department can take a insight from this dashboard, like with respect to education fields, how the company is performing and all those things. All right. And this dashboard is focused on attrition, right? So attrition is nothing but the employees who are leaving the company. All right. So how many employees are leaving by age, by gender, by marital status, by job role, etc. So we have one more filter like department. If you can see, whenever I'm operating this, the values are changing with respect to that as well. All right. So let's discuss on different components which are there on this particular dashboard. If you can see on the top, I have mentioned the title for this particular dashboard. And on the right, if you can see, this is the job satisfaction rating. We have a small donut charts which give us the rating. So whenever I'm operating the filter, you can see the rating is changing with respect to that. And I have applied a stars over here, right? So if you can see overall rating right now for uh, total company out of 4, if we can say, it is 2.6, right? So whenever I'm operating the filters, it is changing with respect to that, right? So we can see for technical degree it is almost 4 star is there, right? So we will design this as well. Then we have used some of the KPIs here, like 5 KPIs are there, which is a called KPI card, which gives the overall performance of that company. Like, it is an key point indicator, like which gives overall idea of your particular HR department, right? Then we have some charts over here, like you can see the total employees by gender, how we are designing it. There are small donut charts which I have used. Then some shapes are there. Then we have education wise attrition, which bar, we can see horizontal bar chart is used. Then we have attrition by job role, where we have used pre-map, right? Then we have what we can say department wise attrition, which is a pie chart. Then attrition by group, which is called as a frequency chart, or so we call it as a column chart. Then we have a funnel chart, which gives an idea about attrition by marital status, like for divorced, married, and single employees. And then we have a filter panel, which takes these 2 filters. You can add many more filters if you want, depending upon the requirement. All right. So we will see the design of this dashboard from start to end in this particular video. We will see how to design each and every chart. All right. And so if you want to explore more visualization tools like Tableau or Power BI, so by using same topic and same data, I have also developed a dashboard for Power BI and Tableau. You can go ahead and check it out. I will put the link in the description box, and you can see that as well if you are interested. All right. And also, before starting the video, I request you all, because this takes up so much of effort, like to design and develop this and then make a video out of it. So I request you to please subscribe the channel, like the video, so it can be reached to many of the aspirants or many of the students who are looking to learn this Excel dashboarding, or MIS we can say. And also you can turn on the notification bell so that whenever a new video on Excel or any of the tool comes, it will be notified to you and you can learn from that. All right. So before wasting much time, I will take a new sheet and I will show you the data which we are using. So this is a new sheet, fresh sheet which we are going to use, and this is the data which I have already converted into what we can say a table. You just have to press Control T and it will be converted into table. And if you can see the total amount of data which we are having, it is almost 1500 data is there. Okay, so it is a dummy data, and we have almost 44 columns or 40 to 44 columns are there. All right. So by using this amount of data, we can make many dashboards. But for this particular video, I have only made one dashboard. And I request you to explore more and more columns are there. Try to understand the data and you can prepare many more dashboard out of this. All right. And as I always say, before starting your dashboard design of any particular visualization tool or for any domain, first always remember to study the data. All right. If you already have studied the data, it is very much easy for you to create a dashboard from that. All right. So 70% or 60% of work is nothing but studying the data, how the data is, or what we can say, populated or brought into the database, and at what level it is, from what granularity is flowing to the lowest granularity. If you have idea of this data, then it will be very easy for you to make a dashboard from it. Okay. For me, I have already studied the data, I've already made a dashboard, and I'm only repeating for you into this video. So I know how the data is there, and what are the different parameters, what are different fields used here. So this will be easy for me, but for you, I request you first spend some time on data and then start your visualization. Right. So this was about data. Now we will see the step-by-step visualization. So if you can see in this dashboard, first we will design these KPIs. Okay. Then we will design the star ratings, and then one by one we will go ahead and design these charts. Okay. And once one by one this is designed, we will simultaneously add them into the dashboard. All right. And then we can see how it is made. All right, so I have already taken a new sheet here, and we will see the step-by-step information here. All right, and from this dashboard, you will also come to know how to use pivot tables. You might have studied pivot table, where it gives summary of all the data which we are having in aggregated format. All right, so let's start. So first, what we will do, this data which we are having, so we will create our first pivot table, which is used to create the KPIs. All right. So I will go in insert. Okay, and insert, you can see we have a pivot table option, right? So we will create a pivot table, and if they are asking you if you want to create a new sheet, or sorry, on new worksheet, or you want it on a existing worksheet. So we will always go on new worksheet, because it will be not a messy data on one single sheet only. Whenever you become an expert, you can create it on all everything on in single worksheet only. But a good practice is to create separate on separate worksheet, so it will be easy for you to later debug or change anything if anything comes from your customer. So I will create on new worksheet. I will click on OK. Okay. And so first what I will do, I will just pin my this tabs. So I will always show ribbon, and so my these tabs are always visible. So whenever I'm clicking on this particular dialog box or pivot table, these pivot table fields are being activated. All right, and they are asking us to drag and drop the respective fields into respective what we can say card, like rows, values, filters, and automatically it will give us the summarized data, aggregated data here. All right. So now first thing what we have to do, I will go in this pivot table analyze option. So whenever I'm going into this pivot table analyze option, so it is activated only when we are clicking on this particular list. Okay. So we can see this is activated, and here it is asking the pivot table name. Okay. So always give the name here, like I will mention it as KPI because we are designing the KPI. So this will be required for us when we are giving the slicer connections. Okay, means whenever we are inserting any slicer, that particular slicer connections we have to give to different pivot tables. So how to search our pivot tables at that time, the name will be easy for us to, and we can directly jump to that particular pivot, as well as I will change the sheet name as to KPI. All right. So we are designing our KPI first. So what we want first is, you can see we want the total employees. Okay. So let's find out the total employees. For that we have one column that is employee number. Okay. If you can go into data, and search for employee number. So you can see each row have an unique number. So this is nothing but an employee number. All right. So we will go ahead and we will use that particular column. So I will go in KPI and I will add the employee number into, so let's say rows. All right. And no, let's put it into values because we want the sum of it or whatever we want to take. So it is taking sum of that. Why? Because uh, default aggregation is taken as sum in Excel. So it is taking sum of each and every number. We don't want sum of each and every number. We want count of it, right? So for each row, it will be counting as one value. So what we can take, we will go ahead and we will change the field value settings. So from here, there is a small drop down. You have to go on that. And from here, what we will do, we will click on count and we will click on OK. So we are getting our total employee count. All right. The next what we have to do, so see whenever clicking outside it will be deactivated, so you have to click on that particular pivot table whatever the dialog box has been created, or later when you are creating any value you have to click on that. All right. And if let's say if it has gone, so if you have by the mistakenly you have cut that particular window, so how to bring that back? So click on this particular values which are generated from pivot table, then go in pivot table analyze option, and here you have field list, just click on that, it will come back again. All right. So this is what it is important, so many people get confused who are beginners. All right. The next KPI which we want is attrition. So for that we have column that is CF attrition count. Okay, so we will just take and that and put it into value. So this is the total attrition. Then we want is these two values. So before that what I will calculate is the average age. Okay. So for age what we have a value here is age, and I will just take it and put it into values. Okay. But we don't want sum of that. So we will change again. We will click on this particular small drop down field value settings and we will convert it into average and click on OK. So this is the average and okay, all right. So these three KPIs we have created, we need to create an active employees and attrition rate. So how to find the active employees? So always remember guys, whatever the data or the values which are generated from pivot table, okay, we cannot take directly them into the dashboard. We have to extract them outside the pivot table. Okay. So this is very important point. I will show you why we cannot use, but for now I will extract it outside. So this is what our total employees. I will create one more small table here. These are our total employees. Then this is our attrition count. All right. Then this is our average age, and we want to determine active employees, and we want the attrition rate. All right. So these values we already have for total employees. Just I will press is equal to and I will select this value. Okay. And I will click enter. So whatever value it will be changing here, it will change here as well. All right. So let's see an example. So first I will take all extract all the values. Then we want to take the attrition count as well. So I will just click OK is equal to we want the average age as well. So I will just click on OK. All right. Now we want to determine the active employees. And before that, I will show you how these values are changed. So I will just click on our pivot table, go in pivot table, analyze. I will insert a slicer. Slicer is nothing but the filter which we will be using here. So for now, I will just enter a gender filter, small filter. I will and click on OK. So see now, whenever I'm clicking on this, these values are changing, but these are also extracted from here itself. So those will also change. See for male, female, you can see both values are changing. All right. So this is nothing but when we click on this particular clear filter option, it will select all the values in that particular filter. Right. The next one, what we want is active employees. The active employees is nothing but difference between total employees and attrition count. Attrition count is nothing but 237 employees have left the company, or we can say they have switched to another job. So what are our active employees? It is nothing but total minus our attrition count. So this is nothing but our active employees. All right. Then we want to determine attrition rate. Rate is nothing but it is in the form of percentage. So what is the attrition rate? It is nothing but attrition count divided by total number of employees. So it will be what is equal to attrition count divided by total number of employees. Okay. All right. So now we can see whenever I'm clicking on this filter, the values are changing with respect to that. So this is now something dynamic. Why? Because it is created from this pivot table. All right. Then next thing, we want this into percentage, so we will convert it into percentage. We have a small here, what we can say number conversion here, sorry, and we will increase our decimal points to 2. And for average age is always calculated in a whole number. So what, or we can say a fractionless number. So I will just remove all the decimal points from here. So we have an option here to remove the decimal points, and we will make it a perfect number. All right, so now we can see whenever I'm operating this slicer, the numbers are changing with respect to that, and I will just click on OK. All right, so this is what our KPIs has been created. So now before going ahead, what I will do, I will simultaneously prepare our dashboard also. All right, so now we will start putting these values in our dashboard. So first what I will do, uh, I've already created a background for our dashboard. So whenever I'm going into this background, so I have a sheet created here. So I will open this. So this sheet has been opened. So if we can see here, one second. All right. So if you can see, I will just full screen mode. So this background I have already created in PowerPoint, and you can use the same background. So we just have to copy from here and we have to put it into our Excel sheet, the wherever we are using that. So if you can see, this is a few backgrounds which I have already created for you. So these are few backgrounds which I already have created. All right, so you can take any of background whichever you find beautiful. You can take that and you can use that in your dashboard. All right. So if you want a separate video on how to create these beautiful backgrounds, I will let me know in the comments. I will definitely create a video where you can create a beautiful backgrounds for your own dashboards. All right, take this into our dashboard. What we will do, we will just go ahead and select this. Okay, so I've already grouped all the elements which are there, and I've already grouped into a single element. So whenever I'm clicking on this particular what we can say layout, so everything is selected. So I will just press Ctrl C and everything will be copied because I've already grouped those. And I will go into our Excel sheet where whatever we are preparing, and we will go into our new sheet. And what we will do, we will just copy it, paste it here. All right, and I will just reduce my zoom size, and you can see this has been copied over here. And I will just take it a little up, and I will just adjust to it right. All right, so you can see our layout has been copied. You can use any layout, guys, whichever you find beautiful. You can go ahead and use that layout. I will put the layout as well into our description box, where you can go ahead and download the layouts as well. Okay, if you can see in the layouts, I will show you. So if let's say if you want to change the color of this particular layouts into your own color, so what you have to do, so this is whenever I'm clicking once, everything will be selected, but whenever I click again, you can see each and every elements can be selected. So what you have to do, you have to just select each and every elements from here, and you can just right click, and then you can go into format objects, and you can go into fill options. So whatever fill options you have to give, you can give any color if you want. So this color, if you find this color beautiful for your background, you can go ahead and choose that. If you want this beautiful color, this is also good. And if you want to change the background of this particular background, like this black background or some grayish background which you have, if you change that color, so you once click, it will be selected all. And you just have to create an outside shape, and you just have to create the format shape. Go here and you can change the from here color as well. You can see the background has been changed likewise. All right, or you can, if you want dark blue. So this is also one way where you can change your background color. You can change your own color settings, and you can use that into your dashboard. All right, and there are some recommended options which I have already gave you. You can use any of these or you can use your own. All right, so let's move to our dashboard design, and this is the background for this video I will be using. And first thing first, what we have to do is I will give or first I will start applying the KPIs over here. The dashboard name I will give later. So what I will do, what we want here is, if we can see our this dashboard, what we are doing, we are giving a header, and then we are copying that value, or we are bringing that value over here, and we have some small icons here. So first I will do, I will go ahead and go to our dashboard, go to insert, and in we have to add a text box here. I will just click on text box, and I will just draw a text box here. and I will name it as total employees. All right, and I will select this. You can go in shape format, sorry, select this. Okay, see, once selected, it will select the total entire shape. You have to click once again, so then this shape will be selected. Then you have to go in shape format, and in shape fill you have to say no fill, and in shape outline you have to say no outline. So we don't want any fill and we don't want any border to this. Okay, then what we'll see, we will select everything, and then we will go in home, and I want to change the font of this, so I will be using a Lato black font. Okay, so this font is not available already in Excel or Excel 365, whichever crack version or what we can say 365 version you are using. You have to go ahead in Google and you have to type Lato black font, and you have to download it, you have to install it, and the workbook which is already open, you have to close it and reopen the workbook, and that then float font will be still displayed in your system. All right, so for now I will make it as 14 for me, 14 font. I will just take sorry, Lato black, and I will take it a little up. All right, so this is my font which I will be using, and I will use a color for this. A font color which I will be using is, I will go ahead and I will use this for more colors, and in custom colors I will go and I will go ahead and choose my color. So let me see what color I have chosen. So we will be using the same color. So we will just go in home, and I will select this, go in home and go in here. So this is the color which we are using. I will just go in more colors and I will copy this color code. So we will come back to our dashboard, go in home, go in colors, more colors, custom, and we will copy our color code over here. Okay, perfect. So the color code which we have used, let me show you that again. So you can type there, you can type over there also. It's not that much of hard. So this is the color code which I are using. Hashtag 602928. Okay. So this is the color code. Then we will create one more text box. So I will go in insert and text box, and I will create a text box over here. So right now what we have to do, we have to bring our value over here. So this value we have to bring it over here. So what we will do, select our text box. Okay, it should, there should be no cursor. Okay, we just have to select it from outside. Okay, so just select our text box, then go in our formula bar, press is equal to, go to in KPIs options and select this value and press enter. Okay, so I will just repeat again what you have to do. Okay, so just let me delete this first. So select this text box. Okay, so you can see there is a one cursor blinking. The cursor should not blink. Select the outline of this text box. Okay, whenever I'm selecting this, only text box is selected, no cursor is there. Go in formula bar, press is equal to, then go to KPI sheet, this KPI sheet, and select this and press enter. So why we are using this, because we are taking the reference from that KPI sheet. So whenever value in that particular sheet changes, the changed value will be changed in our particular dashboard as well. All right. So now we'll quickly format this again. Go to shape format, and in shape fill we will say no fill, and in shape outline we will say no outline, because we don't want any border to this. Then again we will go to home, and we will choose our font as Lato black. All right, and then we will use a font as 26. Font size, I will just put in center, and font is Lato black. Right, perfect. And the text color for this which we will be using is this one. Okay, the dark blue color. In standard colors, you can see this is the dark blue color which we'll be using. Just click on OK, and our first KPI has been created. All right. So first we will create all the KPIs. All right, and then I will mention how to add the shapes over here. All right. So if I go in our this sheet, you can see our first KPI has been created. Same we have created here as well. Okay. So what we can do, I will just increase the size of this a little bit. We can make it 15. Okay, this looks fine. All right. So now next thing what we have to do is we have to create similar way we have to create the same KPI. So for this what we will do, I will select this two. Okay, and I will just control C and control V. Okay, we are just copying it and pasting it, and I will bring it over here. All right, and we can change this name. We want it as attrition. All right, and from home we can go and we can put it at center, and I will just put a little up. So I will just align it properly for me to see, like in that fit that in this particular box. The next thing what we have to bring the value from there. So click on outside. We don't want this value, just delete this, keep is equal to at is, go again in KPI, and we want our attrition count. Select this and press enter. Okay. Now what we will do again, we will go ahead and quickly format this. So next thing what we are using here is Lato Black is our font. So I will choose this again. So I will fast forward this and you can follow the same steps again. So this is Lato Black and the font which we are using is 26. All right. So the same way again what we will do, again control. So we have already designed our KPIs. So next thing what we will do, I will change the background here as well. So I will go in a wave and I will hide the grid lines and go in file, sorry, in home, and I will choose the background from here as this. Alright, so this looks nice. So we have already created our KPIs. The next thing what we have to do is we will have to add this what we can say the job ratings. So what we can do is what we can do is we will just add our shapes over here. Okay, so to add the shapes into our dashboard, whatever shapes I will be using, I will add those as well into in the description link in the same Excel sheet. I will create one different Excel sheet with data and all the shapes. I will just paste it over there. You can use the same shapes. So what I will do, I will for now I have already created those shapes. I have already have these shapes here. So for employees, I will be opening this and I will just go ahead and copy this. Okay. So once again, I will copy this, go to our Excel sheet and just Control V. All right. So I will just make it a little bit smaller and I will paste this over here. All right. So in similar way, you have to place all the shapes to their respective KPIs. So I will just do it as immediately. So I will just copy this, Control V, just make it smaller. So these are our active employees which are working right now. Okay, so employee working is nothing but the active employee, and we'll just close this. And for other shapes, I will go ahead and take this, just copy this, paste it over here, and this is for my attrition rate. All right. Then the next one is take the age, copy, Control V. This is for my age. Then we want attrition one. So this will be for attrition. Just copy this, Control V, bring it over here. All right. So these are where our shapes. So what I will do, I will just increase the font size of this. So I will select all of them, okay, at once, and I will increase the font and I will make it as, let's say, 18. And I will just, okay, 18. and I will just take them a little up. All right. So this looks nice, guys. So our KPIs has been created. So next thing we will just name our dashboard as well. So I will go and insert a text box. We will add a text box over here, and we will name our dashboard as HR Analytics Dashboard. Okay. Then we will select our text box again. We will go in shape format and we will say no fill and no outline. Then we will go at home and we will choose the font as black. Okay. And I will just increase the size to 32. We can make it as 36 also. Right. And if we want, we can increase this to 40. That's too large. 38. No, 37. Okay, this is good. And we will change the color to blue. All right. And I will add a logo for HL Analytics dashboard as well. So this is the logo which we are going to use. I will just copy and paste here. Oops. Copy, copy. Okay, perfect. So our what we can see, the KPIs and the dashboard naming has already been done. So next what we have to do is we have to add a job satisfaction rating over here. All right. So to do that, first we will give the names over here first immediately. And for that, first we will add our shape. For that shape, we will be using this shape. I will just copy and I will go ahead and add that shape over here. All right, and we will insert a text box as well. And this is the text box, and I will name it as job satisfaction rating. All right, and same we have to do. We have to say no field and no outline. We will go in home. We will change the font to Lato black. We will center it, and we will make the font as 14, or if we can make it as 16 is also fine, and we will change our this color. Okay, so it's too big, so we will decrease the font. We'll make it as 14. All right. So this looks good. So now what just we have to add our ratings over here. So before that, what we have done here is, guys, if you can see into our this dashboard, we have added one donut chart, a small donut chart, and then we have added a rating. For rating, what we have done, we have added a stars over here, and behind that there is one more bar chart. So how to do that? That is important. I will show you how to do that. So first, let me take this a little this side. You just have to do many adjustment in Excel. It is very much easier to do in Power BI and Tableau because those are spatial visualization tool. Excel take a little much effort to do, but yeah, we can manage that much. All right. So for to make this first, what we will do, we will go ahead in our this particular data, and first we will create a pivot table. So I will just go in insert and I will create a pivot table. Okay, on new sheet, and same we have to change the name. So I will just name it as rating, and we will name the sheet as well as rating. All right. So for that, what we have is a job satisfaction rating. Job satisfaction one field is there, and we will go ahead and put it into values, and instead of sum, we will take it as average. Okay, so this is our overall job satisfaction rating. So just what I will do, I will uh, keep it up to one single decimal point. All right, and now from here we have to create our pie chart, or what we can say, first we will create a donut chart. So for that I will take, here is what I will do, I will take, I will extract the values, these values outside of the pivot table to create a donut chart. All right. So for this I will take, this is the my rating and total. So out of, or what we can say, remain, or we can say balance rating, we can name it as balance rating. Okay. So this is what, this is our total rating. So it is 2.6% is equal to what is our balance. So our total rating is, maximum is 4 and minimum is 1. So if it is maximum is 4, so I will just negative it from -4, and this we want to 2 decimal points. Okay, so this is what 2.6 plus 1.4 is nothing but total is 4 of ratings, because out of 4 how many ratings has been given by that particular employee about his experience in that company. All right, or we can say a job satisfaction ratings. So now next thing what we have to do, we have to create a percentage from this. Okay, so what we will do, we will create a percentage. So we will take this divided by the total of all the ratings. So this is nothing, total is nothing but divided by 4. We will just click on 4, and I will just decrease it down. So you can say the total job satisfaction rating is 2.6 out of how much? 1. Like out of 100, 65% is the good job satisfaction ratings, and 0.34 this is a good satisfaction rating. All right. The next thing, what we can do is we can create a pie chart from here. So I will just select this. I will go in insert and go here, and I will select the pie chart. All right. So this is our pie chart. The next thing what we will do, we will have to design this pie chart. So, but we don't want the title, so we just delete this, and we don't want the legend as well. Okay. So this is the pie chart which we will be using. So I will just make it a little smaller and keep it over here. And we will try to insert a slicer and see if everything looks good. So I will just insert a slicer, not a timeline. Insert a slicer of gender. Click on OK. So let's see if it's working fine for male or female. Yeah, it is working. You can see the values are changing with respect to that. All right. The next thing what we will do, I will copy this and we will bring it into a dashboard. Okay, I will name the sheet as dashboard, and we will paste it over here, and we will try to adjust it over here. All right. So now we will quickly format this object or this particular donut chart. So just right click and click on format chart area. In fill, say no fill. We don't want any fill to this chart area, and we don't want any border line as well. Okay. So now when you can see it is clean right now. So select again, and now we want to change the colors for this. Okay. So whatever the colors we are using here, I will not use the same colors which I have used in my this dashboard. I will try to use some different colors. Okay. So, or if you can see, if I find some colors here, I can use same colors. So now click on this particular bar chart. Okay, so this is selected. On internal, this particular pies you have to click. Okay, then go to this, what we can say, the series options, and we will decrease the size all. Okay, we can make it 70. All right. Then go to this first one. Okay, the first what we can say pie which is in this color, what we can say orange color. Select on that and then go to fill option, and in fill option actually choose this. Okay, make it as a gray one. Okay, and click or choose the transparency as let's say 5%. Okay, and then next select this one, the outer part, that is blue one, and for this blue we are going to use different color, that is gradient one. Okay, and in this gradient color what I will choose, I will just delete this, select this and delete this, select this, we don't want only, we want only two gradients. So I will just select the first one, and I will choose yellow for this, and for this I will just choose the green one. What we have done, we have done it for border. We don't want border here, so we'll just click on no, and we want it to for fill. Okay, we don't want to do it for border, we want it for fill. So I will go in gradient again, and I will change here. For this first I will take as this dark blue. For second we will be taking as, for this we will be taking it as this one, or we will take this green. All right, so this looks nice. And again, for go to second another pie which we have selected, which we created a white color for it. And for this again, say no border. All right, and in solid fill, this is already we have done already this. Okay, so you can see our this has already been created. So we will just increase a little bit size of this. Okay, and we will place it properly so it's fitted uh, in this particular area nicely. And the next thing what we have to do is we have to give a small KPI over here. All right. So what we will do, we will go in insert, and we will create a text box, and we will add it over here, and we will select that text box. We don't want any cursor. We will click is equal to. We will go in rating, and we want this rating to be displayed, and we should go okay. We will increase a little bit size for this, and we will go in home, center, middle. We will choose the font as Lato black. Okay, and we will make the color as blue, dark blue, and go in the shape format. We don't want any outline, and we don't want any fill for this. All right, so looks nice. So this our donut chart has also been created. The next thing what we have to do is we have to create the star rating over here. All right, so for that star rating, what we have to do, we will go into our same pie chart, or what we can say in same rating option, or in the sheet we have already created. I will just control C, and I will create control V over here. So I will create another pie chart, but here we don't want a job satisfaction rating. What I will do, for job ratings, or we can use the same as well. So I will just close this, and from these two values I will create a bar chart. So I will just delete this for now, and we have these two values. So just go in insert, and we can create a chart from here. I will take it as a stack bar chart. Okay, so this is our stack bar chart. We don't want title, delete this. We don't want axis, delete. We don't want the labels. We don't want the grid lines. We just hide the grid lines as well. And now select this chart. Okay, outer part of the chart. Right click and go to select data. And here you can see switch row and columns. We just have to switch it over here. Okay, oops. Click on outer part, then go to select data, switch. Okay, and just go ahead here, and we can click on axis. Okay, we want the axis. So now we can see why we want the axis. I will tell you. So you can see it is ranging from 0, and it is up to 4.5, but we want it up to only 4. So we will change our axis manually instead of directly going in, taking automatic whatever Excel is choosing for us. We will do it manually. So we will click on format axis. Okay, so minimum, it is saying the minimum we want it as 0, and the maximum we want it as 4. Click enter. So you can see our axis has been modified, and now we can see with respect to our male female as well, a slicer, it is changing. So I will add one more slicer, which is the education field, and we can see if it is working properly for this as well. So I will add education field, and let's see if it is working. Yeah, it's working fine. Okay, so I will just now delete this. We don't want this as well, and we want a clean bar chart. Okay, so what we will do, we will increase the what we can say the size of the bar. So I will just right click on bars. Okay, and go in format series and go in this series options. Okay, and you can see the gap width. I will increase the gap width. Sorry, decrease the gap width, make it up to 0. Okay, means what it will be, from end to end of these borders, the chart will be filled into this particular area. All right, so this is what we have created, the bar chart. So after creating our bar chart, which is a converted form of stack bar chart, we have just switched the data series. We have created this bar. We need to create an stars. Okay, so like we will have to create a shape of stars behind which this will go, and then we will be using our star rating. So what we will do for that, we need a PowerPoint. So we will go in PowerPoint and here we will create our stars. Okay. So go in insert and go in shapes, and below in stars and banners we have a star over here. So I will click here and I will create a star. Okay. All right. So this is fine. Then I will just, we want 4 stars. So I will copy this and I will paste it 3 times. Okay. And then I will bring it over here and align it properly. Or if it is not aligned, that is also fine. Just I will bring it over here and I will just select all of them and I will align it to middle. Middle is nothing but it is aligned properly in perfect horizontal shape, and I will just go and align and I will distribute it horizontally. So what does this? It distributes the stars horizontally in perfect manner. All right. And if you want, if you can bring them a little closer as well. And right, so this is fine. Now what we want a rectangular shape which will be on, which will be created over them exactly. Right, so this looks fine. I will just take it a little up. And now what we will do, I will select that rectangular shape and I will send to back. Okay, I will send it to backward. All right, and I will just select the shape and I will take it. Make sure that the stars are perfectly in vertical way. They are in middle. So I will just select our background shape first, that is a rectangular. Then select all the stars by pressing the control. Okay, make sure the rectangular shape is selected first. Then go in shape format, go in merge and just subtract. Okay, so what will happen now, we have subtracted. So we can see that our only single shape is there now, and you can see it is being created nicely. So we will be using this same into our dashboard. All right, so I will just copy this for now and we will go into our Excel, go to our dashboard and copy here. Okay, and this is what we will be using over here. So I will just increase the size a little bit. Oops. And we will use this. Okay, so now first I will take it down a little bit. All right, and now we will take our ratings and we will add it over here. Okay, so this is this will take some time for you because it should be perfectly aligned, guys. Okay, make sure it is perfectly aligned and it should be fitted properly into our stars. Okay, it will take some time for you to format this. So first what I will do, I will just click in chart area and I will create no fill, no line. Okay, and I will choose this solid color to be as this one, and for this I will choose the color as white. Okay, and then we will try to bring this to our shape and click on this shape, right click and bring to front, or we can say click on this, sorry, and we can send this to back. Control Z, we will delete this and we will again bring it from this. Control C and paste it over here. All right, Control V. Okay, looks nice. Just increase the size. Right, so just I will take it a little down and we will increase the size of this. All right, so then we will click on format shape and we will say for this as not a no fill. We will fill it to white color. All right, and we will go this and we will say no line here. So you can see this has been done. So this will take some a little formatting for you. So I will go again to the shape and I will go to edit format shape and I will increase the transparency to, let's say, 10%, or not 10%, we will increase to 5%. Perfect. So I guess not required. We will keep at 0 and we will choose this color. Alright, this looks nice. So this has been created, guys. So our star ratings has been applied properly. So make sure you first copy the chart and then you copy the star rating, because it was not going back, right? We want to send it to back, but it was not going. So first bring our that particular chart from star rating, this bar chart. Copy this to dashboard first, and then bring your other one to the sheet, right? So this is how it will work. And if you want, we can increase the size of a little bit, so it will look perfectly nice. This is fine, and we will take it up again. All right. And if you want, we can bring our slicer and see how it works on dashboard. Perfect. So for 3 it looks perfectly nice, and for 4 3.9 it looks this. Nice. Delete. Okay, I will click it on all, and this job satisfaction rating has also been done. So we have completed our top charts, or what we can say KPIs, and our job satisfaction ratings, and our the title, everything. So next part is remaining is charts. So next we will create a new chart, that is total employee by gender. Okay, so for that again we will go into our data, and we will go again into insert, and we will create a pivot table here, and we will create it on new sheet again, and as our rules, whatever role we are going to set, we will be giving the name over here and the sheet name as well, for pivot table as well as for sheet. This is the gender. Then go into our this particular field options, and we will choose a gender from here. We will put it into rows, and I will take the employee count from here, and employee count, I will put it into values, and I will make it as count and click on OK. All right. So we have taken count of employees. Now what we have to do, we have to create a pie chart from here again, but same, we will extract the values out of the pivot chart, and then we will create that. So first I will create this, I will name it as female, and I will create this as male. Okay, and I will click on is equal to, and I will take it for female from here. I will again place is equal to, and I will take it for male. Okay, so these are two things which I have extracted from here. Now I want to create a percentage out of this. Okay, so I will just click is equal to, or instead of that, what I will show, let's see if our values are working properly or not. So I will insert a slicer over here for gender and for education field, and click on OK. So let's see for female and for male. So whenever I'm clicking on female, you can see the male value has been it is giving a reference. Why? Because in pivot table we are extracting it from pivot table, but for male there is no value here. So it is the Excel is not understanding what value it should be there, so it is giving us the error. So we want, if there is no value for male or female over here, then we want, if it is for female, only if we are selecting female, the male value should be taken as 0 over here. So how we can do that? So for that, what we can do, in this particular formula, we will make some modification. We will add a if error statement. Okay, so what does if error do? If error, it returns us the value if value is satisfied. If it not, if it is not satisfied, what should be the value of error? So we will make it as 0. Okay, just we will close the bracket, and okay, same for this also, we will add if error, and if it is satisfying, we want the value. If it is not satisfying, we want it as 0, and we will click enter. So now we can see, if I click on female, male is 0. If I click on male, female value will be 0. All right, the similar way, now what we have to determine the percentage. Okay, so how many female percentage are there out of the total employees? So it is nothing but ratio of female divided by total number of employees. So I will take the female ratio, and here also we want a if error formula. We will again use if error, so we don't want any confusion or any what we can say, any error value should be displayed. So I will take female value divided by, we want total, so total is nothing but this, and I will fix this. I will just press F4, like in your laptop, press F4 or function F4. So this will be what, fixed value, it will not change its cell reference. Okay, And plus we want this. Okay, means addition of male and female, that is nothing but total employees. Again, I will replace your function F4, close the bracket, and one more bracket is required. And okay, one second. Yeah, okay, one more argument is remaining, that is comma. If it is error, throwing error, what should be value? It should be 0, and we will drag it over down, right? So this is 0.6, this is 60. So now we want it to be converted into percentage. I will just click on percentage. We have got this value. Now what we will do, we will create a chart. So I will show you. See, if it is male, it is 100% for male and 0% for female. If it is female, this is things. And for this, it is giving us the perfect value. We are not getting any error values because these two filters we are going to use into our dashboard. All right. Now what we will do, I will select this and I will go into insert and I will add a pie chart. Okay. So this is our pie chart. I will just delete this. I will delete this as well. And this is our pie chart. So we will be using same pie chart for both male and female percentage showing. So what we will do, I'll just click on Control C and I will go on dashboard and I will paste it over here. Okay. And I will bring it over here, and what formatting I will give it as the height will be 4 and I will mention the width also 4 best, and I will just adjust it properly. Sorry, 4, and we will control Z. Let's adjust it properly over here, and I will just Control C and Control V. Sorry, Control C, click outside and Control V, and I will make one more instance of this and I will bring it over here. So I will select both of them, go in shape format, align, middle. Okay, so they are perfectly aligned in middle center. Perfect. So now what we will do, immediately I will just format this quickly. So I will just click here and then we can go to format chart area, no fill and no line. Similarly for these, we want no fill, no line. All right. So this is what we have done. Now we will change our colors. Okay. So this is for female. The blue one is for female and this is for male. So what we will do, we will quickly format this. Our left side will be for female and this pie chart will be for male. So I will just click on format chart area. Okay. Then we can go on to this explode and I will go ahead and I will just decrease the size to, let's say, 70%. Okay, this looks fine. Then I will go in fill option and I will say no border line first. We don't want any border lines over this. And I will select this, what we can say, this saffron color or orange color. And from here I will choose this color. All right. And then go ahead and select our blue color. And in blue color, go for gradient fill. We want it as a gradient fill. Go in more colors. And I want it to be this one. That is a slightly pink color. Okay. And for this, I will take it as in more colors and we will take it as a slightly this color, this one. Okay, perfect. And we will make the angle as 180. All right, so we will just change this color immediately. Okay, perfect. So this looks nice. Same procedure we will follow for this as well. First we will go on format chart area. We will say select this pie chart, go into this and take the donut size explosion as 70%. Go to fill option and say no lines. We don't want any line here. So this was for female. So again, this is for male. So first I will click on blue. So we want to gray out this blue. So I will just gray out this, and for this one, we will choose a gradient field. Okay. And I will choose the option as, let's say it is dark blue. And this one for that, we'll choose as this one. Or let's say this. Perfect. Okay. So these are the two colors which we will be using. And the next thing what we will be doing is just let me take this right towards the right corner, and this to sorry, just the left corner, and this towards the right corner. Okay, select both the charts again, go into the shape format, go into align and align the middle. Okay, and okay, and we'll just take them little up. Nice. All right. The next thing is what we want to add the symbol of male and female over here. So we will go in insert, then we will go into illustration, and in here we will go on icons. Okay, and here we will search for all. We will type people. Okay, and here we have for female, and here we have for male. Sorry, this is for male and this is for female. We will just insert. These two are been generated over here. Okay, so click outside. So this is for male and this is for female. Okay, quickly we will change the size of this. We will take it as 2 by 2. This is also 2, and this will be should be 2.1. Okay, so we will select both of them and we will go in align middle, and we'll adjust them properly here. Perfect. So now we will give colors to this as well as we'll go in graphics format, and we will go to the graphics fill. We will go in more fill colors, and I will choose in custom, choose this color, and we will take this for this. Click on OK. For male, go in graphics format, graphics fill, and we can choose this color for male. Okay. So pink will be for female and blue will be for male. All right. The next thing what we have to add is the values in between the year, right? We can add the percentage or we can add the total number of count over here. So we will go ahead and add count over here. So I have added percentage in my last dashboard. But I will add a count over here, go in insert, or we can use this text box. Okay, control C and control V. The same text box we will add here. Just we will make it a little big. And instead of this, we want is equal to we will go into gender and we want the total value for female. Okay, we will go in home, we will change it to Lato black. All right, we'll increase the size center and we will make it to dark blue. Perfect. If you want, we can increase the size. So then we will again copy this, control C, control V, and we will add it over here. And we want it for male. We'll just keep is equal to as it is, and from gender we will select the value for male. And we will again add the formattings again. So, formattings, black, and this will make it as 18. Perfect. And color. Okay, so this was for male and female. So next thing what we will do, we will add the chart title. So what was our title? Let's see. So it is total employees by gender. So I will go ahead and add the title over here. So what we can do, so we will select all of these elements and go ahead and group those. Okay, means whenever we are moving any what we can say, if we want to move this element, we can simultaneously move all the what we can say other elements as well. So this is the what we can say advantage of grouping. Always work on grouping, because once the objects are created, group them, so they will not move here and there if you're moving them individually. All right. Then we want to add a slicer over here. In before that, we will add a text box, and I will name the sheet first for the chart. It is total employees by gender. The name here has been wrong, analytics. Okay, then in shape format we will say no fill, and we will say no outline. We will go in home, change this to light or black, and we will make the font as 40, and we will change the color to uh, uh, red one, which we used initially for this, for the name of our KPIs. Alright, so this is what total employees by gender. And if we go into our this dashboard as well, so it looks fine. So just we will decrease this size somewhat, and we'll make it as 13. Okay, this looks nice. Perfect. So next thing what we have to do is we have to add a slicer over here. So for that I will go ahead in gender, and I will copy this slicer and paste it over here. Alright, and I will make it small and click on slicer, and go into this slicer option, which is new tab and activated. Click on here two columns. We want it in the form of two columns, and we will place it over here. All right. So the formatting of slicer we will do it at last. So for now I will just place it over here only. And if you can see, whenever I'm operating, the values are changing with respect to that. All right. So the other filters or other slicers we will operate it later. The next chart which we will be designing is the education by attrition. So for that again we will go into our the data, and here again we go into insert and create a new pivot table. Click on OK, and we will change the name of this by education by attrition. Okay, so I will just copy this name, and I will apply the same to the our sheet. Okay, so now for this what we will do, we will take education from here, education, and we will put it into rows. And for next thing what we will do, we will calculate the attrition, how many people are leaving by education the company. Okay, take the attrition count into values. All right, and the next what we will do, we will create a chart of this. So we will not extract the data from here. Now we can directly create a chart from here. We will go in the pivot table analyze option and create a pivot chart over here. Go to our what we can say column chart, or we want a bar chart here, and click on OK. All right, and we just don't want any options over here, so just we will right click and hide all buttons on chart. Similarly for this, and we don't want the legend as well. We don't want chart name, we don't want the axis. All right, and we just want our data labels. All right, we will click on data labels, and now we want to sort it in descending order. So I will just right click here and sort values from largest to smallest. Okay, so with respect to that, our chart will also be valued, right? The next thing, we want the label over here, so we just made this with that chart titles, sorry, axis, and just we don't want this axis, so I'll just delete this one. All right, and now what we will do, we will copy this and we will put it into our dashboard, and control B. Right, and now we will place it over here properly, so it is perfectly fitted into our shape which we have designed. And now we will go on right click, so just click on outer area. We don't want to change the plot area. Go on outside this. This is only selected, we don't want to this to be selected, so just select this one. Go into right click and format chat area. So we don't want any fill over here, we don't want any border line. And we will go into our this particular, select the bars and go here, and we will decrease the gap width. So okay, this is fine. 75% is fine. And then we will change the colors for this as well. And for this we will go into gradient fill, and here we will choose the first color as green. Yeah, okay, we will choose the same color which we used previously, and the next color as this one. All right, so this looks nice. And then we will keep the angle as 0 degree, make it as 0 degree, close this. All right, and now for this we will select this and go to home, and we will make it bold. Similarly for this, go to home, make it bold, and increase the size a little bit. All right, so this looks fine, and we will change title, Control C, Control V. We will copy the same here, and we will name it as education wise attrition. All right, so this is what education wise attrition chart has been prepared. The next what we have to prepare is the next one is attrition by job role. Okay, so for that we will go to our sheet, and for this again we will go to our data. We will again create a pivot chart, pivot table, click on OK, and we will name it as attrition by job. Okay, and we will copy this and we will name it as here to the sheet as well. Alright, and from here we will take a job role, and we want the attrition as well. So from here we will put it into values. Okay, we will close this. Perfect. So this is what for we want to create a pivot table, or sorry, the pivot chart from here, that is a tree map. So when I click on pivot chart and when I go on the tree map over here, you can see you can't create this chart type with data inside the pivot table. Okay, when data is inside the pivot table, we cannot create this chart. So what we have to do, we have to extract the data from pivot table outside this chart. So what we will do, so this is what our job role, I will name it as job role. This is our job role, and this is what our attrition count. Okay, so now what I will do, I will extract this data from pivot table into this particular table. So I will just press is equal to and I will select this. Okay, so this has been extracted and I will drag it down. Okay, so you can see all the names has been dragged. Similarly we will take the attrition count also is equal to, and I will select this and I will press here. So but now when I'm dragging this down, you can see same value is repeated again. So how to what we can say, make this dynamic. So if you can see, whenever I'm clicking on this first option, you can see it is fixed for healthcare representative. Like for this value, it is fixed. So what we can do, we can make it dynamic. We will delete this from here and we will select this value. Okay, and we will click OK. And then we can drop it now. Okay, and you can see all the values have been taken dynamically. Now we will go ahead and select this, and now we will make our chart. We will go in insert, then we will go into our tree map. Okay, so now we can see tree map has been created, and we will delete this. All right, and perfect. So this looks nice, and we will delete this as well. Delete. Okay, now we will copy this and we will put it into our dashboard, and we have to adjust it properly over here. Right. All right. So now we will just format this. We don't want to format the data series. Select the chart. Okay. Go in options. Then we will say no field, no border, and we will just change the color of this particular what we can say tree map rectangular shape which we have. We will go in fill and we will take this color. All right. Okay, so this looks nice. Now we will change the name as well. The sheet, Control C, Control B. See the colors, whatever we are using, you can use your own color codes, whatever you want to use, or you can keep whatever I am using. All right, and we will change this to attrition by job role. Okay, so this is our second chart. So almost more than seven, or we can say 60 to 70% of work is done. We need to create three charts and one slicer more. All right. Okay, so the next we need to create is the department wise attrition. So again, we will go into our data. Again, we will create a pivot table. Click on OK, and I will name it as department wise attrition. Okay, we will name the same to sheet as well. Okay, so from here we will take the department and I will put it into the rows, and I want the attrition. So I will put the attrition count into values. All right. So we want the percentage over here. So we will right click and I will go to right click and summarize value as, or the show values as percentage of column total. So this is what percentage of total which we have. And then we go into pivot table analyze option, and from here we will insert a pivot chart from here, and it is a pie chart we want. All right, then we will hide all the field labels option from here, and let's just, we don't want the title. I will copy this and we will put it into our dashboard. So this is our dashboard, control V. Okay, and we will make it a little smaller, and we will place it properly over here. Perfect. Then we will format the chart area immediately, and we will see no fill, no line. And for this, we will change the color one by one. So for first slice, I will change the color and I will make it as gradient fill. And yeah, so this will change it to, let's take our own color from here, and I will make the angle as 180 degree. And here we will take this as, so for this we have taken as this, and from here we will take it as this. All right, so this is first. Go to second. You can use your own color, guys. Okay, not necessary to use the same which I am using. This one and this one. Perfect. So this we will change as well. So I will choose the green one, or we can choose the blue. We want a gradient. We'll choose dark blue, and from here choose this one. Perfect. So I've used some different colors for my analysis. You can use your any color. Okay. So I'm not using any specific color. The what we can say, approach and whatever we are showing, that is important. All right. And for, we will select this, and the line which we are using here, I will make it as 1 point. Okay. And color of line, we make it as this, or we will make it like this. We will just change again more. I will change the line. Okay, this looks nice. So this is our pie chart, and I will just copy the name from here, and we can name it as department wise attrition. Okay, so this is department wise attrition. So we want to label the data as varier. So we want the data labels, and we want it to inside, or yes, center. We want it to inside, end is fine. Okay, and we will name it as white color. We will give the color as white, this one, and we will make it as bold. Similarly, for data labels, we'll increase this and make it as bold. Perfect. So this is our department wise attrition. The next thing what we have to do is, we have to create a new chart over here. That is nothing but this one. It is attrition by age group. Okay, so I will just go ahead and in our data again we will create a pivot table here. I will go in insert pivot table. Okay, we will change this to attrition by age group. Control C, and we will name the sheet as well. Okay. So now we will take age group. We have a CWF age band. I will put it into rows, and we want the attrition over here as, and we will put it attrition into values. Okay. And from here, what we have to do, we have to create a bar chart. Okay, insert and go into pivot chart, and I will create a bar chart over here. So we will just sort the values from smallest to largest. Okay, sorry, largest to smallest. Got it. And we will just hide all the field buttons. We don't want this axis, we don't want this, we don't want this, we don't want the grid lines as well. So I will just copy this, go to dashboard, paste it over here, make it a little smaller, Make it smaller this as well. We will add the data labels. Okay, and now we will format our chart area. Okay, go in automatic. We don't want any line, we don't want any border. Sorry, no fill, no border. Then we will go into this and we will explode this. The gap width will reduce somewhat. Okay, this looks fine. Then we will change the color as well. So we will go to gradient field and I will make it as green. We will make it for 0 degree, and this is the second one. Okay, so this should be for all of them. So this is green. Okay, this is green, and then second we will take it as this, and we'll make it the angle as 0 degree. Or first we will make it as 90. Okay, this is fine. And for this we will choose as this, and for this we will choose it as dark. Perfect. And all right, this looks nice. If you want to change color, if you want to keep apart from it green, some different color, if you want to go, okay, let's try some different colors. I will take this as this one, and I will take this as this dark. All right, this looks nice. I will just change the color as where you're from. I will make it as bold, and I will increase the size. Okay, perfect. This looks nice. Then I will change this as well, make it bold, and increase the size. All right, and we will change the name here as well. We'll see Control V, and I will name it as age-wise attrition. So let's check the name first. Attrition by age group. Okay, so this was attrition by age group. Then next what we have to design is attrition by marital status. Okay, so we will go into our dashboard and we will go again into our data, and let's take another pivot table. Go to insert, go to pivot table, click OK, go to this, and we will name it by, we will only name it as marital status. Copy this, add it over here. Oops. So this is, then delete this. Okay, so now next is our, we want the marital status, we will add it into groups, and we want the attrition, we will add it into values. And from here what we have to do, need to create a funnel chart. So when we go here and we click on charts, and when we go on funnel charts, it's same like a tree chart or a tree map. We cannot create it from pivot tables, we have to extract the values outside. So we'll just make it as here as marital status, and here is what, attrition. Okay, so I will click is equal to and divorced, enter, and we will drag it down. Similarly, we will take the attrition from here. So when we drag it down again, we can see the same value is repeated. So we will make this dynamic over here, which we done for the tree map. I will select this, enter, and then we can drag it down. All right. And now when I will select this, go to insert, and we will select the chart from here. That is the funnel chart, and we will click on OK. Okay. And we can sort this now. We will sort this by smallest to largest, or largest to smallest. Okay, we have to sort this, sorry. All right, so this is our chart. Then we will delete this, and we will copy this, and we will put it onto our dashboard. Okay, so we'll just adjust it properly over here, and we will add it over here properly. Okay, then we will go to format chart area, and we don't want any field, we don't want any line over here. We will click on this and we will add a gradient fill over here. And for this, we will choose some another color. So let it be this. And for here, we will make it as this. Okay. And instead of one, it will make it as 180. Okay. So this looks nice. So this was our funnel chart. Just Control C and Control V. We'll add it over here, and we will make it as attrition by marital status. Okay. So almost everything is completed, guys. Now we need to add our slicers over here, right? So first what we will do, we will bring all the slicers here and then we will change the formatting of those, right? Add the slicers, we will go in any of the chart which we have created. Okay, and go in the, what we can say, select this pivot table, go in pivot table, analyze, and in slicers, go in insert slicers, and here we want it by education field, and we want it by department. Okay, and I will just click on both, and these are the two slicers which we are going to use. So I will just Control C and I will put it here onto dashboard. Okay, so these are the two slicers which we are going to use. So we will just what we can say, insert here it properly into this our text boxes. Okay, so this is fine. Then we will add department as well. Perfect. Okay, the next thing what we have to do is we will give our formatting to the slicers as well. So I will select any of the slicers, go into this slicer and right click here, right click on this particular what we can say, or we can say click on this drop down here, click on this drop down and go on new slicer style, and for here I will name it as slicer. Okay, so for whole slicer I will just format this, and the fill which we want into the slicer is this color which I want is, I will click on OK. And for header, I will not choose any header because we are going to hide the header. Then we want the selected item with data, and for this I want the font as I will choose the Calibri body and will make it bold. And for borders, okay, we will keep the border, and for fill options I will add the fill effects over here, and I will choose this color for this and this for this second one, and we'll make it as horizontal vertical. Okay, click on OK, click on OK, and with no data I will go to format, and I will go on fill effects again, and for here I will choose as this, and for second color I will choose as this, and I will click on horizontal again. OK, click on OK. For unselected as well, same pattern we will use. We'll use as black, and this will be this vertical. So we'll use this black. Okay, click on OK. Okay, and we now click on this slicer. Go to there and select this. Okay. Similarly, we need to add our whatever the format data which we have here, we want to make it into white color. So again we will go to slicer settings and modify here. Okay, so for whole slicer or selected item, and the font which we want is wise, but color we want is this. Okay, okay, right. Similarly for this we will add the same format, and for this as well we will add the same format here. Okay, so the next thing is we will right click on slicer setting. I don't want to display the header. Here as well I will go to slicer selecting, and I don't want to display the header. Okay, and header I will add here manually. So sorry, control Z. I want the header, but I don't want the text. So I will just delete the text. Okay, similarly here as well, I don't want text. Okay, because we want this option to be visible, right? It is nothing but it indicates that uh, what we can say, to select the all options, right, to clear the filter. Then we will go into insert and text box, and I will add a text box over here, and I will name it as education field, and we can modify this slicer quickly. I will go to home, make it as bold, center. Okay, and we will give it as color as blue. Similarly, we will shape format, no outline, no fill. Okay, Control C, Control V. We will keep it here, and we will name it as department. All right. So this looks nice. Now what I can see whenever I'm clicking on these particular things, you can see only this particular chart is getting filtered out. So what we have to do, we have to give the report connections. Okay. So report connection is nothing but by operating this slicer, which chart should be filtered out. Okay. So we want all to be filtered out. So we will select all of this, and I will click on OK. Okay. Similar, we can see now everything is filtering out, right? Similarly for this as well, we will change our report connections, and we will select all the things and click on OK. Similarly for this as well, we will go to report connections, and we will select all of them. Perfect. Now whenever I'm clicking on this, you can see everything is filtering out with respect to that particular slicer. So this is what we have created, our dynamic Excel dashboard, that is HR Analytics dashboard. I hope you have learned so many things from here. And if you like this video, if you learned something good, so I request you to please subscribe the channel, like the video, and share it with your friends, and turn on the notification bell, so the further videos which I will be uploading, you will get a notification, and you can watch those and learn some from them as well. So see you in the next one. Thank you guys. Bye bye.